They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood.
There are upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
God's had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
What is up, everybody? This is Spook, and this is the Spook live stream. Yeah, before I forget, don't forget Neofeud is on sale. It's 70% off for the next 2 days or so. So if you have been waiting to pick it up, don't forget to grab it on Steam or itch.io. If you don't have Windows, you have Mac or Linux. If you are, you have any friends who might be interested, if you already got it, because I know this game has been out for 4 years now, over 4 years as of March or September on Steam. September 19th on Steam. It's been out for 4 years. Anyways, so happy 4 years to Neofeud. But anyways, if you have any comrades or friends who may be interested in anti-capitalist, anti-racist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonization, and space colonization, which is part of what we're going to be talking about today. Fully automated luxury space, fascist capitalist dunking, then do tell them to check out Neofeud. And all the sales of this game do go to support the Silver Spook Hui, which is a Hawaiian, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Maori word that means working together, a meeting, coming together collectively to work for the mutual benefit of all those involved. Similar to what a worker-owned cooperative or a worker co-op or democratization of enterprises means in the Western world. But anyways, in the English language. So if you want to support that and you want to also support the work on Neofeud too, do consider becoming a patron or donating directly through your StreamYard's link or picking up Neofeud or just sharing this stream around and support the ongoing decolonization. Speaking of space colonization, we have to do Earth decolonization before we try to do space colonization. How about space migration? You know, space migration. Let's like space equitable movement. You know, because we're gonna talk a little bit about the Expanse, but it opens with space colonization. Is what that it still uses that word as well. Not just changing the name of, not just, it's a very Western illusory historiography thing. It's a very democratic mask on neoliberal racialized capitalist thing to do, to just paper over what you're doing with a better word, like, I don't know, rules-based order, like freedom, democracy, and human rights, when you're doing a fascist neoliberal coup and military industrial complex invasion. So, you know, but colonization is a word that, you know, we have to really start to deal with for real, and not pretend like we can do patriotic leftism in the U.S. and just ignore and just focus class only and just ignore history generally, and settler colonialism in a place like the United States. So and so the Expanse was a place that I thought I might start from, just because we watched some of that yesterday. So let me get that up on screen. But we're gonna go in a lot of other places. We're gonna go where no Western left has gone before, you know, as we usually do. In the, you know, we're gonna boldly go, you know, to the edges and the fringes of ideological, you know, theoretical, philosophical, metaverse, multiverse space-time. You know, we're gonna enter realms of thought. You know, we're gonna discover brave new worlds. You know, external to any Western barbarous hegemony. We're gonna, you know, discover, you know, amazing new peoples and civilizations, like all of Asia, that nobody cares to learn about in the United States or in the hallowed halls of Macron's empire's so-called university system, or Adrian Zenz's employer has the so-called China expert for the Nation of Change, Democracy Now!, CNN, and Fox, where Adrian Zenz has never dared to tread. You know, we're gonna go to the great expanses of the mind. You know, escape the matrix mind prisons and the colonial, you know, Ayn Randian heritage of Hollywood's and the open world empire game industries. What do you call that? The Truman Show boundaries of what they can envisage for the future in cyberspace and in space. You know, so that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about interstellar stealth neoliberalism made courtesy of our corporate Death Star. You can take a guess which one that is. We don't talk about the one that we're shooting from, by the way. So tisk. Don't take our Lord that starts with the letter G and rhymes with Boogle in vain, please. Don't take them in vain, because we don't want to get the stream canceled. Well, we have access to the Death Star satellites, but the other one that I stream on in the evening, you know which one we're talking about, and why we can't sidestep decolonization and global equity before we take one giant leap for humankind. In all sentient species, if you have cybernetic, ghettoized, $6 billion baller robots like Proto J from Neofeud, and half wolf, half human, eugenic chimera hybrids that are like the outgrowth of, Fort Detrick's U.S. military biological warfare. Like chimera super soldiers that are the billionth discarded, failed, embryonic insertion of lupine DNA into a human fetus, which they're fine with aborting as long as it's not a white woman's uterus. Anyways, so so whether those sentient human and chimeras and robots, can all get to space, I think if we ever get to that point of inventing such sentient beings, as is witnessed in Neofeud, is the prerequisite for that is, I believe, full decolonization from the commanding heights of the Earth, not just a 1.4 billion person advanced indigenous civilization having commanding heights, control over, domination by the people, and actual existing socialism, which is, I would argue, indigenous culture, non-colonial culture, non-imperial culture, and we need global commanding heights. We're not gonna have perfect human civilization. I don't think we're ever gonna get there, or post-human or transhuman civilization. But from the hegemonic structure, or the global commanding heights of the Earth in a Leninistic lingo must be equity, socialism, racial equality, economic equality, rather than racial and economic and geopolitical inequality and inequity. So anyways, but The Expanse is a show, this is a very good show, very entertaining. As a disclaimer, and as a fine print, warning, this is not a discussion of the quality of the acting, of the writing, of the cinematography. Are the computer generated graphics made in a sweatshop, somewhere in India? The writer is actually, I believe, Indian, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, but that's what it looked like to me. But anyways, there's the Queen of Earth, as she's called, just full out talking about neo-feudalism, space neo-feudalism. The Queen of Earth is, I believe, Indian, if I'm not mistaken. Amasarala. She's almost like Kamala Harris crossed with Hillary Clinton. She wears a lot of Clintonian, it's like Clintonian suit skirts, or sorry, power suits, crossed with like Indian themed pattern and a weave work, and the hairstyle is very Clintonian. One of the ultimate neoliberals, along with Obama. So anyways, it's a very Obama sort of show. But anyways, The Expanse is, it's not a bad show. So I just want to say that off the bat. It's entertaining. It's fun to watch. Just like I go off on a lot of these. I like to, because apparently that's what gets the clickies on the YouTubies, is having big, explosive pop cultural references in your snapshot is like what people want to see on the YouTubes, and it draws people in like so much nerd catnip for the unheardable 4chan and Reddit cats that are the vast proportion of YouTube audiences. I'm just kidding. It's not a criticism of the acting, of the writing, in terms of how entertaining it is. Well, I'm not gonna. It's not a criticism of the cinematography, the special effects, the successful depictions of hard science fiction. Is the post-Newtonian physics of the proto-molecule launched asteroid accurate as it as it burns up in the exosphere and then the stratosphere of Earth and then collides with the planet I mean, like, you know, oh, well, that was off by 10 seconds. Oh, well, if you fired a gun in space, you shouldn't hear that sound. Because a lot of Expanse is like very hard, it's closer to hard sci-fi. So this is not a criticism of if they're playing fast and loose with their intra-universe rules in the way that, I don't know, Game of Thrones season final and final -1 kind of started traveling by map and having like fan fiction, like you know, Wattpad fan fiction style dialogue, and just getting everybody shipped that the richest descendant of neo-feudal royalty or underpaid writers, I don't know who's actually writing these stories, you know, just wanted to get shipped. It's not quite breaking all the rules in the way that, you know, and kind of, which is kind of what nosedived, unfortunately, Game of Thrones at the end. But that's what happens to all series. Even Parks and Rec got Obama-fied at the end. I mean, literally, not just figuratively, literally Obama showed up at the end of Parks and Rec, and had other problems that wrecked it earlier, but then it really got wrecked when Biden and Obama show up, and it's just a DC PR photoshopping exercise with television show characteristics. But that's not the topic. The topic, I'm trying to stay on topic today. I'm gonna get off of it, but this is just the starting point. So the Expanse deals with, you know, a world in which the human peoples have, you know, successfully, it's pretty far in the future, over a century, have exited Earth's gravity well. They've climbed up out of Earth's gravity well, as, you know, science fiction authors from the United States are wont to describe. It's a world in which the people of space have evolved to kind of new cultures. There's the Belters, who are, you know, kind of they're descendants. They have a very like South African, Afrikaans, Asian, Chinese inflected, unique, like evolved dialect that they speak. Belter, like, you know, Bosmang the inna something, you know, like it sounds almost like pidgin. The grammar is very Hawaiian pidgin English, which is a fusion of Hawaiian, Filipino, American English, English, Japanese, Chinese, to construct this Creole that was like to communicate with each other in the racialized capitalist Hawaii plantation colony. Speaking of colonialism, and speaking of space colonies, Martian colonies, belt colonies, right? Interstellar, you know, Type 7 Kardashev civilization created warp gate colonies that allow you to go from here to Alpha Centauri's habitable planets and moons, which happen to have a lot of lithium, which Mr. Bezos would like to steal along with Mr. Musk. We will coup whoever we want for lithium in Bolivia. You know, it's like space Bolivia, you know, but that's one problem of the Expanse, is it sidesteps Earth realities and just kind of projects neoliberal, you know, end stage hyper-capitalist corporate hellscape Earth into space, and then it kind of makes it like, oh, and then things got a little bit better, and if we leave Earth, it'll get better, which is why I think Jeff Bezos, known fully automated luxury space fascist capitalist cheerleader who wants to go to Mars and screw all of the Earth over with his hundreds of thousands of employees as the world burns under global colonialism and capitalism, who works directly with $10 billion contracts with the US military industrial complex, who is involved in the breaking of the legs of union workers all over, forcing people to pee in bottles, you know, this whole 9 yards, dislocating and hurting people's backs, jumping to grab a box full of baby Jeff Bezos Funko Pops, Mandalorian t-shirts, Expanse posters, Nvidia headsets, and a variety of retail products, right? So that they can move them in and out of Amazon warehouses. So this one of the poster boy along with Elon of the grossest parts of Western barbarism and just the failed evolutionary phase of human civilization or human barbarism, which is neoliberalism, racialized capitalism, and global colonialism backed by military and hybrid war, and debt traps, narco trafficking, and everything that the U.S. and and his friends do around the world. And these guys are the ones that are, number one, pushing for literal space colonization because they think that they can escape Earth because they're afraid of the Chinese, basically. And they're afraid of the world becoming an advanced indigenous, actual socialist civilization that suppresses the profit and power and self-aggrandizement of a few for the benefit of the many. And they want to escape the actual socialism and reigning in of the billionaire class, Elon and Jeff, you know, by hoping that they can hoodwink enough scientists, technologists, engineers, mathematicians, post-Newtonian calculus doers like the hidden figure, the black women who actually did the hardest mathematics, software engineering, mechanical engineering, right, to push a white man, Neil Armstrong, up out of Earth's gravity well and onto the moon to plant an American flag there, right? It's actually the NASA mission is the perfect example of why we have to address the racialized capitalism, not just the capitalism, but also the racism and the colonialism, because it was the literal hidden work of internally colonized black women who put the white man on the moon, and America called that a victory for capitalism, when in fact a lot of that was actually the internal pocket socialism within NASA, and that what kind of existed within the U.S. military, which doesn't have army troopers, you know, bidding up in a free market for ammunition. It's very socialistic in the way it distributes resources. Sometimes military-industrial complex perversion of that, but it's not market. It's not capitalist market based within, and NASA wasn't either. And all of that gets hidden, and that gets sidestepped. That gets sidestepped again and again. Not only in the way that America, in most of its space movies, Apollo 13, Space Race, the American, the astronaut farmer, all that, but also its war movies, even more egregiously, all of its movies about World War II, Saving Ryan's Privates, depicting the United States as Western liberal capitalist, light on the hill, defeating fascism, which was the real problem, and that America was fighting, as opposed to backing the fascism, which is what America actually does. And it's communism in Asia, because Russia's in Asia, China is in Asia, right? It was Asian communism, and China specifically, and actually many peoples in Russia are indigenous peoples within that, particularly Eastern Russia and the Central Russia, and as well Afghanistan, actually, in fact. And that was the real fight. It's just, as I argued previously, this is a little bit off topic, so I'm going to try to not go too far off, but so I'm trying to go slowly so I don't go too far off. But where is it? Yeah, it's not a new Cold War, you know? It's not really a new Cold War that we're facing right now as the United States and its puppets and its, you know, as Giannis today, Giannis, like I think 2 days ago, really called Europe out and said, basically, the European Union is an American-owned project that takes the wealthiest in Brussels, the bankers in the highest echelons of German classes, Macron's, Rothschild, and his descendants of the Louis Vuitton and the Louis XIV and the Bourbon Kings, you know, that he hangs out with the very wealthy of France and the BNP Paribas, which is freaking out about China's Evergrande, right? Which they had co-ownership in, along with BlackRock, American private equity firms, German private banks, French mega banks like BNP Paribas, which owns, you know what else it owns? American Savings Bank in Hawaii, and also other massive Western, hyper neo-feudal post-capitalist financial institutions. Because they're not really. I mean, it's a complicated argument that you have to ask Giannis about in another now. But Giannis basically said, like, Europe is a project to keep for particularly the Western European and the white and the wealthy Europeans, like Germany, to the disenfranchisement of much of the working class of Europe, definitely to the disenfranchisement of the Muslim, black, brown, and non-white immigrants of Europe who are dying in the Mediterranean with the help of Canadian fascists like Lawrence Southern, that fake Western leftists like to platform for some reason for their own personal self-aggrandizement and profit and subs, and the suffering of Greece, of Portugal, of Ireland, of Spain, and particularly of their lower class, their less than upper classes, right? And Europe is a project to continue colonialism inside of Europe, and that by becoming a friend of the U.S., not having a military, giving your sovereignty up to the U.S. And the U.S. It's not that different from a tin pot dictatorship. It's slightly better. You have slightly larger segments of the population with some universal health care, some college, free college, some better welfare state, socialist, so suck them characters. But a lot of people in Europe are suffering. Greece was bloodlet. Greece was a nightmare horror show for years and years and years that Giannis oversaw, right? Double-digit escalations in poverty, children fleeing the country with no opportunity, pensions decimated in less than half, the entire country in collapse, being bloodlet for years and years by German collaboration with American hegemony. So anyways, that's really what it is the U.S. is and he slaps Europe around, and then they freak out, and they put up a little resistance. Angela Merkel says, America, you can't spy on us. But then behind the back, Merkel is going, no, please keep spying on my phone, and I'll keep bloodletting all of the fringes of Europe and backing your horrific military-industrial neo-colonial policy, and keep crushing Namibia. And France is like, you can't give AUKUS that deal. But behind America's back, France is like, oh, okay, just keep giving us military and encroachments into our feared Asian neighbors, right? Our Asian neighbors over there. Let's and keep supporting us in neo-colonial hegemony. Keep helping us blow up Libya, right? Which French jets and American F-16s and F-22s went and blew up Libya, bombed Libya back into the Stone Age, and caused slave markets there, like they bomb everywhere else, right? They don't do a lot of bombing in Europe, right? Well, they economically bomb the underclass, but they don't really physically drop 15,000 pounds of C4 equivalent bombs in like a town, like they did on Mauna Kea. They didn't drop it on our heads here, but they do practice on here. Do fly up and bomb Uyghurs in eastern Afghanistan. So anyways, I'm off topic though. So continue Western. So it's not a new Cold War, really, what's happening with China. We should rename this to a continue Western ransacking battle, a final losing outburst in the actual war, the actual World War, which is a 500-year colonizer-colonized war between mutual win-win cooperation, right? Or that's what indigeneity is to me. That's what I really think. If we want to be real about this, but every word in English is broken. But I happen to been taught in a horrific, education system diseducation system called the Western public-private charter and university school systems. And so I have to speak English because that's what I can speak right now. But anyway, 500-year colonizer-colonized war between mutual win-win cooperation and imperialism. That's what the real World War is between. World War I, World War II are just little outbursts. The Cold War was a little outburst, and the new Cold War is a little battle. The big war, most people died, not with bullets and bombs, but with famine, starvation, sanctions, which caused famine, starvation, lack of basic needs, healthcare, poverty. This is what biological warfare, like U.S. dropped literal, malaria, cholera, etc., into North Korea, with it literal, actually caught repeatedly using biological warfare, including spreading COVID-19 through hundreds of military bases across the world, including Okinawa, violating cordon sanitaire, and not allowing U.S. military to be tested, which were full of COVID-19, and just dropping them into Hawaii, in RIMPAC, into Okinawa, against the sovereign country of Okinawa, which is being violated by the imposition of extraterritorial U.S. military, Guam, and the whole world, which even Italy, in fact, the first cases were U.S. military contacts with Italians. And this is the thing, we're never going to find out about this until there's some kind of, from the commanding heights of Earth, non-neoliberal capitalist, racialized capitalist, colonial hegemony. We're never going to find out anything about the origins of COVID-19 because it's too politicized by the United States and its friends. But like so many other diseases, smallpox, etc., the number one vector, there's been a great study by KJ No and the history of pandemics, and in fact, the number one vector of all diseases historically, for the last century at minimum, right, has been I'm trying to find where's that article. The neglected role of military as a disease vector. The number one vector for disease across the world of pandemics is the U.S. military for the last century. If you look at the actual data, but nobody looks at data because there's no such thing as education in the West. Like I said, there's no education system in the Western world. Nobody cares to look at this. Even if you wanted to control pandemics in the U.S., Canada, Europe, etc., without looking at the U.S. military, right, which you literally cannot do, in the same way that Mike Pompeo sanctioned the families of UN investigators, Angela Merkel and Swedish, and anyone who attempted to investigate, any European who attempted to investigate the war crimes committed in Afghanistan was sanctioned and threatened. In fact, the families were threatened. Just full cartel global barbarism, right? That's what the U.S. leads. Mike Pompeo personally did this. The neglected role of the military. And so you can investigate war crimes, and you definitely can investigate the military as a disease vector. But if you want to control the pandemic, you have to look at the U.S. military, which is the number one vector for global pandemics, including the Spanish flu. American military base in Kansas, and the great servicemen and women, they're nothing great about the U.S. military. You should quit immediately. And the police. You're a stormtrooper, and you will commit evil. Even as an accountant for the military, you should immediately quit. I know it's hard because most states in the United States are completely controlled and operated by the U.S. military in some way, shape, or form. Whether you're manufacturing the bolts and semiconductors and chips, I mean, if America ever gets that back up, for Lockheed Martin missiles, if you are putting together the engines on F-22 Raptors, if you're doing the media tech support, for and Twitter blue check mark propaganda to sell Raytheon weapons, right? Every state in the United States and much of the world, Australia is just a giant state. It's like the 51st state. Puerto Rico is a bombed out territory. Puerto Rico is just a test facility for hurricane climatological weapons of mass destruction. But Australia is the 51st state, actually, in that sense, because they do whatever the U.S. military wants. There is no autonomy for anyone outside of the U.S. military. Even Europe itself does whatever the U.S. military and the hegemonic banking system wants, and that includes COVID-19 investigations. So anyways, it's a very important paper. I'm gonna get back on the track though. So anyway, so it's not a new Cold War, it's a continued Western ransacking battle. That's what we have to really recognize, which is that this is not what is happening. There are not Chinese nuclear submarines and warships currently patrolling the coast of LA, aiming hypersonic missiles, like targeting Los Angeles, San Diego. There isn't a series of freedom of navigation actions happening off Manhattan. They aren't blockading, right? They aren't ringing in Puerto Rico, the entire Gulf of Mexico, by taking Cuba, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, all these countries, and trying to impede ships from moving in and out of that Gulf that carry huge amounts of American fossil fuel and trade, right? You don't see that happening, right? You don't see Cuba, right? Cuba is getting sanctioned by who, number one? Right? Who's Cuba getting sanctioned by? Who's Cuba getting embargoed by? $130 billion worth of lost food, economic development, including 5G, high-speed network, roads, basic telecommunications. Who violated the sanctions? Who's violating these sanctions? We're gonna come back to that. I gotta try to stay on track. But importantly, this is not what's happening. It's China not putting military bases all around the United States. China doesn't have a military base in Canada, which apparently now is dealing with China again after kidnapping illegally Meng Wanzhou, right? On the behalf of the United States. Canada is the 52nd state, along with Australia. Europe is the 53rd state. That's what it is. It's the United States of the West. And you have all the 50 states, and then you have Canada, Australia, the 51st state, Canada, the 52nd state, the EU is the 53rd state, Japan, the 54th, India, the 55th. That's basically what you have. And you have Gusano collaborators in every country on Earth that take $600,000 a month to sell out all their people. Like in, any South American, Central American country, America can get away with doing a literal coup, a covert coup, a economic undoing of the sovereignty with money, narco trafficking, and threats of military and proxy military incursion. Anyways, but this is not what's happening. There aren't missiles in Vancouver being aimed into Seattle, Chinese missiles. There isn't a base in Montreal choking off, like in the Strait of Malacca, the ports that go from Toronto, which would hurt Toronto, by the way, if the Chinese wanted to do this,
from Toronto, and the ports in Detroit, Chicago, connecting through that choke point. You have a little throat there going into the North Atlantic Ocean, and to trade with much of the rest of the world, right? $460 billion comes through the port of Vancouver over there. The Chinese aren't choking that off with freedom of navigation exercises or threats of that all up down the coast there, you know? I just saw today there was a inflammatory witness the Chinese sea power. If you turn on Twitter, you're gonna see it, because Twitter is a Death Star satellite for the U.S. empire. Let me see if I can find it. You know, Chinese sea power. Yeah, I saw it. It was a headline. That's what Twitter is for. That's what every Western social media platform is for. You got to recognize that's what you're on. You're not in some kind of free market of ideas, Western platonic, ideologically pure space. You're in the Death Star satellites. Anyways, yeah, Great Wall of Lights, Chinese sea power on Darwin's doorstep, right? I mean, this is what America and Europe and the BBC and the West will pay you to do, is to invent grossly disproportionate, like both sidesy China threat mongering to sell more missiles and to back continued global hegemonic power for the Western world, right? Which is that China's sea power is equivalent to British sea power, right? And AP is just the mouthpiece for the Western Empire. China's sea power is the same as the British sea power, which is the same as the American sea power and air power and Space Force nuclear missiles shot from an ion cannon in the ISS. They can't shoot anything from the ISS because the ISS is falling apart because of Neofeudal post-capitalism cannibalizing the entire infrastructure and productive capacity of the so-called countries it operates in. Anyways, the Chinese, but this is an equivalence, which is like a fishing boat, and this is a real fear. Oh my goodness, if the Chinese fish, that's terrible, you know? Like, yes, I mean, they're fishing. Should they be doing X amount of fishing? You know, maybe they should do less fishing, this and that. They have a lot of industry. On the other hand, if America made its own products, right? You could go, the Chinese factory power. Oh my goodness, Chinese producing so many products. Chinese producing so many products. Why are Chinese producing so many, you know, televisions and flat screens and, you know, Funko Pops, you know? I mean, somebody has to produce it. The United States chose to benefit its, you know, neo-feudal corporate executive ruling class, right? And give the princes of the Walton family, all 6 of them, I don't know how many there are, and princesses, billions of dollars of profit by deindustrializing itself and shipping all of Michael Moore's families and neighbors, Flintonian jobs and former steel belt, now rust belt machinery and car manufacturing and GM door bolting process into China and into other places, right? And now they're freaking out, you know. So anyways, so I mean, you did that. The U.S. and the West did. Europe also did this. Germany is slightly different because they still do industrial processes, but they still benefit from the biggest trading partner of Germany, by the way, is China. So that's a story where Europe can start to become part of a counter-hegemonic, anti-U.S. military industrial complex, global neoliberal capitalism-led world, but it has much to get right with itself. You know, in the same way that there's nothing wrong with having a low millennium account, but you have to recognize the history of colonial violence, settler colonial violence, genocide, and the wealth that you yourself, your family, the wages of whiteness itself, and the white working class wages that were far and above black slaves, and who were omitted from the late 1800s, including Emma Goldman's much vaunted white labor unions, which excluded a lot of black laborers in that time, and the Chinese Exclusion Act and the Chinese mass lynchings were about benefiting the wages of whiteness, and that's in the working class, and the class collaboration between the white working classes and the white capital and upper classes, which has always historically been the case in the United States. That has to be addressed. You know, that all has to be addressed as part of decolonization, right? And so anyway, so back to this picture, this equivalence, this false equivalence of an actual socialist country that's operating not perfectly, again, they have problems. Richard Wolff just did a No Cold War and was saying that they have internal problems. They do have billionaires. Vietnam does. Cuba has landlords as well. There's 0 perfect countries on Earth, and I think there will always be 0 perfect countries on Earth, and in migrant, non-colonial inhabitations that involve humans and other sentient beings on Mars. There will never be a perfect Martian, absolute hierarchy-free, absolute oppression-free, with nobody stubbing toes and calling people bad names, and 0, people fighting over the last breath of oxygen. Hopefully they're not fighting over oxygen. Hopefully they're fighting over things like, whether we should rein in all the Martian real estate speculative private equity funds who are building, 300-story Martian, like, red Evergrande skyscrapers. Should we rein them in now, or should we give them a little 2 minutes more? There will be problems, but they'll be like Chinese problems, because the US is never going to get to space because they're a failure. And the Western world won't really ever do this, I would argue. I mean, maybe if they get behind the successful countries that are capable of, undoing the landlord, the capital, and the racialized capital classes, which China did, under Mao, and they have to continue that process. It's not like one and done. You got to continue. That's what Evergrande is. That's what smacking down all of the Western tech firms, big tech, the Amazons and the Ubers of China, that all had multi-billions of dollars stripped from them and all their executives, this is why the Western hell fears China. They should, not the ruling class do, and they try to make everyone else, but you shouldn't. I made that song, "Don't Fear the China," which is a spin-off of the Blue Oyster cult, "Don't Fear the Reaper." But that's what you have to do. Don't be convinced by your ruling class to fear them. Learn from them, work with them, stop the new Cold War, or you won't have healthcare, housing, and decent, dignified life or wages whatsoever. You're not gonna have any infrastructure either. America's never gonna build you infrastructure. You have to stop pretending like there's any hope within the so-called United States. Very difficult lesson for Americans to learn. The whiter you are, the harder it is. But anyways, but this kind of thing is like having a ship sail by a country fishing is not the same as what is actually happening, right? That's not the same as this. It's not the same as massive military occupations. It's not the same as bombing hundreds of thousands of people to death, starving them in Afghanistan, demolishing entire continents. Having a fishing boat do some fishing is not even close to bombing and stealing $152 trillion from the global south, and a lot of Africa, in the last 70 years alone, since the 1950s, 60s. There's a recent study, $152 trillion stolen. That's not equivalent. And in what was given in return? Nothing. You know what was given in return? Hundreds of millions of people in Africa were pushed into poverty. Not brought out of it. The only, it's like if you discount China, most of the world has gone into poverty. Capitalism has been an absolute failure the world over. The only country that's been at scale, the only countries that have actually succeeded, Vietnam, China, to have improved massively the living standards of people under the system. And if you discount them, it's been total. It's hundreds of millions of people pushed into poverty in Africa, in India, in the Pacific, in Hawaii. More native Hawaiians like myself are in poverty now than ever before, and every year's basically gotten worse. Even in the United States, black people are poorer than they were in 1960, before the height of the civil rights movement. The average black family is 10 times poorer. The internally colonized, and even the white working class is poorer. There is like nobody is winning in this world except for who? Who's winning? The people who make terrible videos, the people who make politically terrible, very entertaining and but politically terrible, hegemonic, meta-narratively terrible shows like this. That's the only people who are winning in this capitalist, colonial, white supremacist system. And you cannot, I would argue it is impossible to separate white supremacy and capitalism. They were born at the same time with the slave trade, and they have to be dealt with at the same time together, you know, which is why this whole I don't even want to really look into what this patriot left nonsense is about. You know, I don't know what this patriot left is. You know, like I don't really want to see any of this stuff. But you know, this American flag's behind your back. The American flag is a symbol of global fascism, capitalism, and death and destruction. I'm sorry, that's what it is. You know, it's a legal occupation of Hawaii. Somebody says indigenous people aren't oppressed by the United States anymore. It's an illegal occupation of Hawaii that continues to destroy us, and now we're poorer than ever before. Over 50% of Hawaiians can't even afford to live in Hawaii. We have the highest rate of mortality. It's an ongoing process. You know, the American flag is what this is. The American flag, you wave that in Afghanistan, it's gonna have a lot of holes in it pretty soon. You know why? Because that's what America is. It's a settler colonial, capitalist, imperialist, death cult based on slavery, genocide, and infinite warfare, and now neo-colonial debt traps, and not fishing boats. It's not based on fishing boats. America doesn't want to produce or feed anyone. You know, America doesn't want to alleviate poverty. It never did. It made a deal with the white working classes to give them a better cut, just like Europe made a deal with America to give its white working classes, like German pencil factory workers, $35 an hour in Michael Moore's Let's Invade Europe, right? And then take 97% of Evo Morales and the indigenous, actual mass indigenous, decolonial, anti-imperialist movement, which is a union of rural, mostly indigenous agricultural workers being shot at by Canadian and American paramilitaries for neoliberal thefts of their natural agricultural resources, the coca and the lithium, which Elon Musk wanted for his rockets and his Teslas and his everything else, and the industrial working classes in the urban cores. And Germany was taking 97%, or had a deal to take 97% of the revenue from Bolivia's natural resources, just like Germany does to Namibia, and stick it in its white working classes, and even more so in its Bundesbank and its Nazi descendants, like Deutsche Bank executives and BMW and Volvo CEOs, two of the richest people who had membership in the Nazi Party, their family members, who still run Germany. So it was put Germany, that was very embarrassing to the world. Put a mask on your Nazism and your racism, and America will give you a cut. Just keep backing America with your Bundesbank and your Euro internal colonialism and external racist colonialism. You cannot separate imperialism, capitalism, and racism. You know, these all come together, and they have to go together. You know, it is a Western, illusory Christian historiography, to paraphrase Voltaire. Not always Christian, but a lot of times it is. Could be atheist, like Sam Harris, atheist backing of neo-colonial wars in Iraq and Afghanistan at scientific meetings. But anyways, so but it is ahistorical to believe that you can undo one of these and then deal with the racism later. This should be the lesson of Black Lives Matter 2021, the greatest uprising in the history of the United States. It's not just black people, by the way. It's black people and other non-white people, indigenous people, and white people saying this racist system and the entire United States, in fact, is illegitimate and must be reconstructed. I mean, you know, the police, you know, dismantle reconstruction is just the beginning of this process. It's not nearly enough. Not just the police and the prisons, not nearly enough. Most importantly, the U.S., the military itself, dismantled, reconstructed. If America, like it did to Japan, might not have to have one for a while. You know, you spent centuries, and at least since World War II, completely almost annihilating Earth with your neocons and your Truman, your Marshall descendants. You know, those imperial hawks that, you know, thought the unthinkable nuclear game and literally planned to nuke China multiple times, and North Korea, and Korea generally. You don't deserve to. U.S. doesn't deserve to have a military for some time. You shouldn't, until it can figure out. You know, it has to take a break, do the internal work, get well. You can't teach anybody anything until it can learn how to be a functioning, normal human person. You know, I don't know how long it's going to take some time for what calls itself the American electorate, or what I don't know what they want to think of themselves as, these patriot leftists. Anyways, I don't want to spend too much time on that. But anyway, so this is just nonsensical. This is what's happening. I am a native Hawaiian. This is Hawaii. That's who. It's not a Chinese military base sitting on my head. You know what the Chinese did with the one native Hawaiian run and Hawaiian and local Hawaiian run cooperative called. It was just called One. We in the beginning of the pandemic made a deal to fly because of U.S. colonialism. We cannot ship except from China across the Pacific. It has to dock in the port of LA or in a U.S. controlled, U.S. mainland controlled. I would argue that Hawaii is not a country of the United States, so it's really not correct to call it the mainland because there is no land. America technically has no land. It's an illegitimate settler colonial genocide factory that has no legitimacy at all. But it definitely has no legitimacy under the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights, who declared the United States illegal military occupation and fraudulent annexation of Hawaii illegitimate, and the U.S. under international law should immediately withdraw. But what is the UN? The UN is made up of too many puppet coward friends in the white Western upper classes of Europe. That's what the UN is made up of, and a lot of the rest of the world is unable to push back against this and get actual international law enforced. I would like one day for there to be international law, but we all will have to do a lot more work for there ever to be law in the world on Earth. There's no law. There's only cartel barbarism, you know, which is like, we want to keep having bases in Hawaii. Yes, we violated, you know, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. Yes, we violated the Geneva Conventions. Yes, we're the biggest violator of international law on Earth. By extension, any sovereignty and any laws of any intranational rules, right, are forfeit. Particularly if you're in anywhere U.S. wants to be in, like Okinawa, Guam, Hawaii, Germany, in fact. 35,000 U.S. military troops and nuclear missiles and scuds aimed at Moscow. And Germany has sold its sovereignty, along with the rest of Europe, to the United States. And it kicks back a little bit, but it's not prepared, as Giannis said, to have a fully democratic, you know, Europe, which would, you know what it will recall doing what China did, which is, you know what that requires? Undoing the landlord and the corporate class as the owners of land on which the businesses operate, on top of the real estate and commercial real estate landlords. It would have to undo the landlord class of Europe. That's part of what that would require. And that's part of what Europe is unable, unwilling, or incapable at present of doing, which is what China did. And you can go look up historically. Look up the last 3 letters of Laughing My Ass Off acronym. Look up the last L, Mao. Look up that one. Look up what Vietnam did. Europe has never come even close to doing that. Doesn't mean you have to do it in the same way, but it does mean you have to not have an incipient, overt as in feudal, or shadow as in capitalist ruling class, oligarchic class, controlling the economics and politics of the masses with fictional, non-functional democracies, which is what Europe has, actually, in fact. And it's even worse because Europe is not even the power is not even mostly coming inside of Europe from its internal plutocracy. It is a dark pact, you know. It is a dark demonic pact with the United States, the ruling classes of Europe, with the greatest ruling class of the United States. The ruling class, they're very crass. Like Donald Trump is extra crass. Biden is just like sometimes crass, like saying the N-word all the time because he's actually a racist, not doing gaffes. Anyways, so we're way off topic though. So this is what's happening, and so that's the reality of Earth, you know. And so the Expanse, back to the Expanse, sidesteps all of these problems when it goes into space, and it kind of just declares that, I'm going to turn off this because we don't need to see that anymore. When it goes into space, and it just kind of describes I would actually argue that the first few seasons, 1, 2, 3, are kind of different. When the world's the United States reigning mega corporation, of course, Amazon, right, has taken over, because it bought the Expanse basically, and it brought it into Prime, and it funds and operates everything as a sub node within the U.S. military industrial neo-colonial complex, right? And Amazon has it. Bezos has this particular as a Louis XIV under neo-feudal capitalism, right? As opposed to French Roman feudal-led capitalism, because Louis XIV and the Bourbon kings exploded in a similar way using financial fiat-printed, devalued toilet paper currency towards the end. That's what the French Revolution, not really successful, was about. It was about starving all the population and then printing francs and then new francs and then a series of new, just like what America's doing. So it's not like it's not like advanced, or it's not like gross abuses of capital, money, debt, etc. were not existent, and that was feudalism, and now it's different. That's one of the ahistorical narratives the Western world likes to construct, which is that these are completely separate, and we're advancing from feudalism to capitalism. The feudalism and capital, the weaponization of debt and money and fiat currencies happened during the feudal era, coincidentally, and happened after. It just the amount of power consolidated to the ruling oligarchies of the Western barbaristic world was more like half in France, or maybe like 60-40 feudal to capital power. America, it's more like 70-30, because America, right, decided we're gonna go all in on the capitalism, partly because it was a new settler colonial project that didn't have blood dynastic feudal power to describe. That's why it talks about feudal tyrant King George's, right? And the freedom of religion was the fear of the Protestant internal colonization, the missionaries. It's very important to remember, the first missionaries were in fact the Louis XIV, the Sun King under the Catholic Empire, the French Catholic feudal and capitalistic, I would argue, empire, who declared Protestantism illegitimate, illegal, and sent dragoons. Like in StarCraft, speaking of space, the dragoons in StarCraft, the zealots. StarCraft is the Protoss, psionic, telepathically empowered with transdimensional warp gates and space aircraft carriers, because it's made by Americans. It's American coded, France, shooting interceptor, robotically piloted F-22s to blow up space Asians like the Zerg, because America is a racist, and all the evil aliens are coded as authoritarian, despotic Asians, and communists. The Protoss are modeled on Europe. That's why they're zealots, right? Knights, Templars, and dragoons. The dragoons in StarCraft, because we're talking about. Let's show this picture since we're on this topic. The Protoss in the center there, right, are modeled. The dragoons, the StarCraft dragoon. You can see it's very Euro coded. Knights, swords, psionic lightsabers. Well, we can't call them lightsabers because that would piss off Mr. Neofeudal King Lucas, and he comes to us for millions of dollars. Psionic blades. It's not lightsabers, I swear to God, Lucas. The dragoons, though, were based on the actual dragoon, the dragonade, right, under Louis XIV, right, in France. Very important for Americans to know this, because this is where you have to find the splits in the world, in the hegemonic, racialized, capitalist, feudalist, slavist, because slavery is all incorporated. It's not, slavery didn't end and they started a new thing. This is all happening, right? Dragonades were French government policy by King Louis XIV in 1681 to intimidate Huguenot Protestants, right? Who white Anglo-Saxon Protestants that are all the upper echelons of the Connecticut private equity fund, collateralized, evaporated American, collateralized debt obligation, now the collateralized dead Texan obligation under $16,751 electrical bills, right, frozen. The people who run the United States, more so than not, are white Anglo-Saxon Protestant descendants, the oldest, richest money of the United States, right? The people who narco-trafficked into the bodies of the Chinese, right, for the silk and the tea in New York City, were Protestant, right? Now their predecessor that they descended from, the Europeans, and in France in particular, The Huguenot Protestant families were forced to convert to Catholicism. If not, they would be billeted of ill-disciplined, the billeting of ill-disciplined dragoons, Protestant into Protestant households, basically soldiers forced into the households with the implied permission to abuse the inhabitants and destroy or steal their possessions. So basically, soldiers were employed as part of missionary dragoons. The word missionary, you know, the missionaries in North America, Turtle Island, right? The ones who civilized the indigenous people of so-called Canada, genocided them. Africa, the civilizing messages of the savage. To become civilized was to become Christian, and in particular, it was to become Catholic in France. Very important that they had invented this internally, as the EU internally crushes Greece and Ireland, etc. They have always internally done this to themselves, and then it became much more disgusting and expansive when the colonial period is when they did this outside of Europe. But they were already doing this to themselves, and Protestant killing Catholic, Catholic killing Protestant, British killing French, French killing British. You know, the Scandinavian coming down, the German depressions attacking British and French, Ottomans joining in. You know, invasions to the south, Greek and Romans and the Xerxes, Romans and the east. You know, but this process of forcing one's ways onto others, right? Religion in this time, and weaponizing that's where that actual idea of the dragoon, this character in StarCraft, is based on Euro barbarism, and what begot the global one of the main so-called justifications for global multi-billion person genocide, slavery, killing, impoverishment, and forced de-development. That's what a dragoon is. You know, it's just one of many methods that they use. It's not like they sent, you know, robotic spiders into the houses of, you know, so you're saying Silver Spook, you're saying they sent robotic spiders into the houses of you know, indigenous people in Hawaii and killed them with plasma balls. No, I'm just saying this is part of like the lack of capacity for the Western brain. I call it the quantum Schrodinger's Uyghur brain, right? There's simultaneously oppressed and not simultaneously needs to be bombed, and China's killing them, or deserve to be bombed, and then simultaneously we need to save them. Like, you know, America's bombing them in East Turkestan, and now we need to save them the next year, like as Mike Pompeo did. This lack of capacity. You know, Gerald Horne put it very succinctly. He said, the Western left, and the American left, and you know, Gerald Horne is a great black historian in the United States, and he said, they want to parachute into 2021 and say, hey everyone, let's have economic equality, you know, black and white, let's get together and let's fight for healthcare and a living wage and a affordable education, you know, and that's great. That's really nice. That's really great. Ignoring all of the history, and not only ignoring it, not having any history, or having illusory bullshit history, which is what you get from an American textbook, and also from even progressive outlets. I was just reading a Nation of Change article that was completely wrong about everything on China. You either have illusory history or you have no history. Europe is illusory bullshit history, as if we were somehow good and just rebranding ourselves as good. You're not good. You still aren't good. You're still backing the United States empire, and you're failing your own people. That's why Europe's falling apart, and they don't have any basic inputs, and austerity and the impoverishment, and everybody is constantly having riots and upheavals all over, because Europe hasn't done the work. They haven't done the work. They've done some work. They have not done nearly enough work. If they did, they would have been where Vietnam and China is, which is not perfect. But from the commanding heights, not a fucked up, neo-feudal, Louis XIV descendant run shitscape. And very racist at that, and not dealing with the racial and religious strife that they have never solved. But that's what StarCraft was, you know, it was accidentally telling on itself, saying the quiet part out loud, which is that Europe is based on it's what imperialism is ultimately, right? It's like forcing my ways, whether that's religion, you know, you got to put a cross on everything, right? That's why residential schools, right? Catholic priests brought in to civilize, you know, forcing my religion, forcing my ways, forcing my language, right? Like the Roman, you will speak Roman in wherever you are in, where we go to We go to the eastern countries, we go north, you're all going to be Roman now. You can have Roman signs, Roman denarius, which we use like American bankers. Capitalism was used by Romans as well, I would argue. And they instead of a very privileged server with 12 zeros after a leading digit, it's called, J. Powell's central bank quantitative easing infinity program. What the Romans would do, instead of entering electron-based fabrications of so-called value enforced by global U.S. military and dollar hegemony, the Romans would simply shave off, micron thin layers of their silver, or until the coins had less and less total hard currency precious metal within them, and then they force everybody to use that, or cut them in half, cut the edges, clip it off. This is not new, and that's part of the ahistoricity of the entire Western world, which is why you keep getting things wrong, which is why you have to listen to actual historians that are trying to do the work, like Gerald Horne. There are only a handful of these people, by the way. That's very important. Like, there's one Voltaire, and you get one Gerald Horne, you get one Richard Wolff, and then you get 999,000 economists, academics, so-called educators, current events reporters, blue check marks, media organizations, and bags of CIA money funding all of these that are lying to you all the time. So you gotta really find. It's very. I would argue that there's 999. There's like 99.99% lies in the English language. Period. When it matters, economics, politics, history, and then you have like 0.1%. So when you find one, like a diamond in the rough, like literally a diamond in the rough, you really gotta like hold on to that source. Like Luna Oy. That's the only true source for 999,000, State Department cutouts and, Bloomberg stenographers, right? For the economic power and the DC military industrial complex, headquarter power. Everything else is mostly bullshit. So it's a very hard problem. And that's why the West, the United States, will fail, continue to fail. Not only will it fail, not only will the United States, if it does not figure this out, continue to fail to liberate. I'm sorry. This is the Dragoon, by the way. That's the Dragoon. I forgot to show it on the screen. I forgot I didn't put it up. Anyway, not only will the United States continue to fail black, brown, and indigenous internally colonized people to provide healthcare, housing, water, food, water that doesn't have fracking runoff, liquid Drano mixed with dog feces in a blender, coming out of people's pipes like it smells like that. In a white U.S. military veteran in Pennsylvania was the one who was complaining of that. And the fracking company, they did? They shot up his house with gangsters. They shot up a U.S. Vietnam War veteran's house with automatic gunfire and threatened him if he came out about it. That's what you do as working for fracking companies. You just threaten and then destroy the GoFundMes of like 3-year-olds trying to raise money for the leukemia and the cancers and the diseases that the fracking companies have caused, poisoning hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people's water with literal black sludge coming out of the tap now due to horizontal fracking. Anyways, there's no such thing as law in the United States or in the world, as I already argued. So, except in Vietnam, China, Cuba, and a handful of other places. Everywhere else is no law. It's no democracy. It's all barbarism. So, you will never have anything for not only the black and brown and internally colonized people, indigenous people, right? In the United States, there will never be decent, dignified life for, I would argue, white people. There was a time when you might have been able to be a slave catcher in the 1700s, round up some black people and make enough money, right? As a cop, as a white settler, right? Police and just white non-police slaughtering indigenous people, and you could get enough scalps, killing indigenous people, slitting the throats of the indigenous women and children in their sleep, taking their skin and bringing it back for money. That's what your ancestors did. I'm sorry, I include that. I have ancestors on that side too, and that's all that happened. That's what the U.S. is founded on. And then you could use that racism to then buy slaves, black slaves, and then make enough money to pass it down through 4 generations to you. And now you have daddy's 401k and mommy's Airbnb and a nice little plot of land and a nice suburb. And that's where it came from. All those dead indigenous people and the dead babies and the slave African peoples. And also the Chinese pilfered wealth, especially if you're a New Yorker. And all their dead all the opium overdosed dead bodies in China. That's the East and the West Coast, biggest wealth. And the heartland wealth is all built on black bodies and dead indigenous bodies. And the East and the West, biggest money, the San Francisco and the Manhattan money comes from the Chinese body. Very important history. You don't understand that, you can never get, because America's falling apart and its racialized capitalism is dying. You will not get to the revolutionary solidarity and true historical basis from which to take back the people power, to undo the racism, the internal religious strife as well, it's part of it, and this bogus freedom of religion that was weaponized again to destroy freedom. You cannot get to that level of radical solidarity and understanding and inoculation against variants of the Western barbarism brain COVID, as I would argue. You know, like COVID can infect and causes disastrous brain fog with, tiny blood vessel aneurysms and bursting and clots sticking inside of the, neural constellations that, make sentences like, black and white unite and let's fight, under patriotic American flags. But the worse than the COVID brain fog, dementia, and the exploding Kawasaki heart disease that you can get from COVID, on top with erectile dysfunction, which hopefully will convince some of these white guy American flag behind my opening and closing white mouth face talking about leftism, like Vosh and Destiny and all these clowns. And I don't know these patriot YouTubers. Just, I don't care to look into it because it's a waste of my time. I'm too busy trying to do international actual left with the Asian indigenous people. I'm Asian and Pacific Islander, by the way. Indigenous people inside global African, which Gerald Hart also recommends. He said, why wasn't there any black American representatives in the massive African Congress they recently had? And that's part of but I would argue part of that is a lack of historical examination, and the true progress that has ever made inside of America as well has been with international cooperation between forces outside and inside. But that's why you can never know anything about Russia or China or Vietnam or Cuba or Africa or anywhere else, because that's how changes actually happen, whether that's abolition of slavery, Jim Crow, and etc. And also anything in the civil rights and any of these, a lot of what was gotten as a harm reduction trade-off in the FDR era, which is not enough, and it was racist and sexist. But even that was only gotten because of outside pressure, because of massive communist revolutions across the world. If without the Russia being where it was, there would just be infinite capitalism, and America would just be just a smoldering shithole. It might actually not be better. I wouldn't argue that. America would just be, there would be no 50s where white men could afford to get a Thunderbird and a 1.5 kid household in the Hamptons or in some suburb in Michigan with no blacks, and women as Stepford wives and personal serfs and sexual sex dolls for the husbands, right? So it wasn't really equal, but it was a good deal for white men, in America. But they wouldn't even have had that if it wasn't for the external pressure. And the civil rights movement also would not have gotten to where it was. That was part of the deal, was we're going to stop internationally working with the rest of the world and just, this is what Gerald Horne points out in a recent interview he did with Brianna Joy Gray on her channel, I believe, her podcast. Anyways, so, it's like, you listen to your black actual historians, listen to your African and indigenous historians. That's why it's very important. I try to listen to a lot more Asian voices, the ones that have actual history, because you listen to a white person open their mouth, even a leftist, even some dyed-in-the-wool leftists, progressives who were in the civil rights movement, and they're still opening their mouth saying shit like China is destroying their country and they're worse off than Americans. I was like, I couldn't believe what I was reading. I'm like, amazing success of the disinformation system of the ruling class of the United States Empire. That's an amazing job that they did, because even dyed in the wool leftists, some of them. But you really gotta exit, a lot of the time to find it. So you're like, Silver Spook, where you learn all this stuff? Well, I don't learn it from any Westerner at all, basically zero. There's Giannis, there's Richard Wolff, there's a handful, and most of them work for they're all Russia state affiliated media branded, There's nothing in the Western world that's sponsored by any organization, basically. They have to look outside to even get to that point. You have Ivy League trifecta, the most prestigious of the prestigious of the Western neo-feudal class. Richard Wolff is an alumnus of Harvard, Princeton, and Yale. I'm mixing. It's all Ivy League, the top billionaire child, shoulder rubbing
Emperor Palpatine training facilities. That's where Richard Wolff went to. It's the only reason why he can say the things that he does, because he's like literally a classmate of Janet Yellen, former United States Central Bank chairwoman. But outside of that, you've got Michael Hudson, defector to China. He's not even operating in the United States. He's not paid by the United States, right? You have Giannis, Greek rogue finance minister, right? On the outs with Europe. Nobody really likes him in Europe, with the exception of the millennial and Gen Z pissed off left. I mean, there's not much that they kind of really don't like him there, because he screws with their good deal for the ruling classes and the white classes of Europe as a subservient vassal of the United States. You have to exit because there's no revolutionary anything in the U.S. Not yet. One day, you know. See, that's where you get this information. Why I look at wiser 3,500-year-old civilizations that they have like more books. They have more great like Tolstoy, Shakespeare, War and Peace grade books than the West has books. They have more true history in their pinky than the West has in 330 million people's so-called history, anthropology, sociology, and Ivy League economics degrees. And this is not just me saying that. Michael Hudson says this as well. He's like, if you have a degree in economics, you're actually stupider than you were before you got that degree. You might as well never even got it, because you're only learning science. He said, speaking of science fiction, Michael Hudson, you know, premier economist that gets shit right and stuff like that, literally said, you're learning science fiction when you get an economics degree in the Western world, and especially in the United States. It's a waste of your time. What I know by going to Wall Street and actually practicing the real economics, and then what we learn, all of this, portfolio theory, mean value theory, the Gaussian copula curves that justified under Bernanke's great moderation, another United States central bank, financial emperor, who literally said America's housing market is, the global housing market, and America's in particular, is regulated under mean value theory. It's a sigma 6 or greater. This is just wonkery. That means there's no risk of any black swans or gray swans or red swans. China and Russia are never coming back. We've got all the pandas hugged and in snug as a rug in my basement, and she is my little friend in the basement in my Hamptons mansion, where I sip tea with all of my British London bankers, and we got this under lock and key. We can never have a financial crisis. 2007, right before the financial crisis. That's Bernanke, number one banker on earth, basically. And that's what you learn, right? And that's what Michael Hudson's like. I worked on Wall Street and I saw everything that they do is the complete opposite of what they teach. Everything that the U.S. political structure, everything that the foreign relations, politics, these so-called colleges that they teach you is in history, is just complete nonsense. It's just nonsense where it matters. And there's some you have to be a rogue professor, really. Like Jamaica Osario's father, Jonathan in Hawaii. They don't want the professors teaching the truth, because if they did, that would undo their mass violence and lie-based Western slavery, capitalist, feudalist, colonialist, neo-feudalist barbarism, for the last 500 years. That you cannot allow truth to ever exist. It has to be stomped out. It's like a match when everything is a tinderbox, any little bit of truth could quickly catch fire, and that's what contagion is. It's like truth being spoken against. Moody's and Standard & Poor's, Poor, by the way, number one pillager of China's silken tea, circa Boston Tea Party. That's where he built his, Standard & Poor, this credit rating agencies. You might not know them because you're not a fucking Wall Street banker, but I had to study this bullshit because I was thinking about becoming one, because that's what you do when you try to survive in a country that is illegally occupied, and it's $1.1 million for a 2-bedroom next to a meth lab above a highway. You just start working. You think about working for real estate agencies and the fire sector, finance, insurance, and real estate, and you think about becoming a Goldman Sachs high-frequency trading algorithm programmer with your computer science degree. Anyways, so Standard & Poor's that rubber stamped. Speaking of Occupy Wall Street's anniversary, congratulations on that. And that's nice. Good start. Not enough, obviously. But Standard & Poor's that rubber stamped all the no income, no jobs, no assets loans that were given to $7.50 an hour Applebee's waitresses to buy a $1.5 million Floridian mansion with gaudy Greco-Roman fluted fucking columns on the side of it and like regular champagne toast. And I'm like, oh wow, I was working at Applebee's, and I went from Cinderella, Hooters, Hooters like sexualized rags to, Scarface's wife, like if she divorced him in an alt history and then owned it, I'm like, I'm doing really well now. Thanks a lot, United States financial hegemony, for that $1.4 million loan. And then that's gonna fail, obviously. And then you take that and then you repackage that into the collateralized debt obligation. You repackage that into a credit default swap, and then you dropped it into everybody's firefighter, nurse, and teacher, and everyone else's working class pension fund, and the municipal water supply fund, and the hospital fund, and the street fund, and the functioning, non-crumbling public school fund, and then that's the United States 2020 in the 20 teens. It's just the 10-year slow motion nuclear shockwave and then 10 million degree fire wave, but happening very slowly, vibrating over time. If you think of a nuclear bomb going off in New York City, in San Francisco, in London at HSBC, in their LIBOR rigging in Canada, and then echoing instead of across space, very slowly across 10 years of time. And then you look at America, it looks like a nuclear bomb went off in towns and cities in California, in Michigan, right? It's economic annihilation but very sanitary, very clean, like the neutron bomb that the dead Kennedys wrote songs about. It leaves most of the infrastructure, not really all of it, I shouldn't say that. It wipes the people out and all their wealth, and it leaves a lot of the buildings and the rest of the. It does allow the aristocracy and the ruling class, disproportionately white, to get off scot-free without the consequences of the blowback of an actual successful Vietnam or Chinese style undoing of the landlord class and the rentier rent seekers of the new Holy Roman Empire with star-spangled characteristics that is the United States. It allows them to get off scot-free. And so it was a genius plan. I mean, the global heist was a genius plan. They made off with all the money and blew up Greece and sovereign debt funds with the help of Goldman Sachs, and it was they sucked all the wealth out of the global South, with even worse military enforced versions of these loans, because nobody cares about black and brown people. It's racist. They don't come out and just like shoot in the streets. White children in New York City, in Zuccotti Park, camping in tents, reading copies of Das Kapital for the first time in their life, listening to David Graeber go off about the 5,000 years of debt, coining the 99%. They don't come out and shoot David Graeber with a fully automatic assault rifle, and then string him up from a fucking, in the front of Jamie Dimon's office tower and say, this is what happens to you. But you know who does do that? The U.S.-backed fascists in Bolivia. Because you know why? Because it's brown people. This is basically what it is. It's brown people, non-Christian people. Do you know what they do? They do that in Africa. You know what they do in Korea? They just bomb hundreds of thousands of people and all their schools, their houses, and their buildings until there's nothing left to bomb. When the Korea says, hey, we would like healthcare and housing and socialism, they just go, oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. No rubber bullets, no taser, no cops showing up, with a bulldozer. That's terrible. I don't want to say that that's good, by the way. That's horrific, and the U.S. is disastrous and a failure. But they don't just show up and arrest a bunch of people and kettle you, and then they have to have like shadow Twitter to figure out how to. The first time they invented that was in Occupy, I think. Oh shit, the cops are coming up 35th and Manhattan. Oh, everybody get off of Zuccotti, get out of there before they get kettled. You have these encirclements of orange nets. See, like China is over there, fishing. Just doing fishing, with so-called Chinese sea power. It's not military, it's fucking fishing boats, okay? Hopefully they have good deals with the people that they're fishing under, but they do give deals. Like Bolivia said, we would like some fucking infrastructure, roads, telecommunications, and $1 billion satellite. And China said, okay, let us have some of your resources. We'll give you 51%. And we'll also give you a free $1 billion satellite to mass educate all of the indigenous electricity deprived and internet and electricity. You can't have fucking internet without electricity. China was the one who helped Bolivia get the MES to where they are, along with Russia as well. But we can't know that because there can never be education in the West, even in its left. So we gotta deny that and just be racist against the Chinese. But America, Chinese is catching tuna, ahi, aku. I love aku. Your dried aku. My dad loves that. Rancid, sticky, salty ass fish. That's great stuff. Is catching, mackerel and it's catching fish. This is not a gunboat shooting missiles into freaking Korea, murdering millions of people across the Middle East. This is not Britain showing over the boat and then
obliterating an entire continent of people, billions of people, ultimately in India and China. You know, and then Mr. the great savior of World War II, as if that's just a clown slap fight between white people. World War II savior Winston Churchill, who literally said the Indians are a beastly, backward, savage people. They deserve to die. 27 million of them. It's their fault for starving. When it was the Britain's murderous genocidal policies that caused the famine that starved millions of them to death. That's not what this is. You know, this is, you know. But you know what the U.S. does? You know what the U.S. does? The Chinese fish for fish to feed people. The U.S. fishes for leftists and actual radical indigenous and black people in solidarity, and it rounds them up, you know, as the federal and the state police collaborate with the military, right, who classify 330,000 documents in the FBI saying that black identity is terrorism, and identifying any socialist and anarchist, anything that was questioning capitalism in the United States as terroristic activities and criminal activity. That's what the U.S. police and the federal police all do. That's their job. You know, that's their actual job. There is no democracy. There's no freedom anywhere. There's freedom of speech within ultra far right and far right. That's the only freedom of speech you have. Anything that asks for basic dignity. You know, Bernie Sanders was illegal. That's why they let him run a little bit, because it was hard, but then they put him down. And now he's gone. Now he's nothing. Now he's a sad footnote selling $100 mittens on Etsy and on Democrat.com, airbrushing Biden's image along with the squad. Failure. Because of I would argue the failure of the Bernie Sanders movement, the failure of Occupy, the failure of all of these actions, and the good, important narrative that a lot of Black Lives Matter was about, but still a lot of it got co-opted. But Black Lives Matter still is very important, I would argue. Needs to evolve more, but it's very important to the United States because it is dealing with one of the primary contradictions. The failure, because that's what it is. You didn't succeed at doing what the Vietnamese and Chinese have done. Neither has Europe. You failed. Now you have to learn, why did you fail? Because you don't understand what the United States is. The United States will never have and never will allow to have socialism. Ask the people who tried to do socialism outside of the United States. Ask Cuba. Ask Vietnam. Ask China. What the United States is willing to do, right? Ask Korea. Ask North Korea. Ask people who know which they fuck, who have actual history in their books and textbooks. And 98 million Vietnamese actually understand what dialectical materialism means, as opposed to white leftists in the United States tweeting at Luna saying dialectical materialism doesn't start from history. How the fuck? There's no education system in the entire Western world. So it's a joke. Abject, complete, absolute, you know, fully automated, luxury earth stupidity joke with increasingly less luxury. The reason why you will fail, and you will continue to fail in the United States and in Europe, I would argue, is because you don't understand who the United States is. You don't understand who the white working class is. You don't understand what settler colonialism actually means, how it continues, and what colonialism is and how it continues. You don't understand what the banking sector is and how it perpetuates itself. You have a handful of people. You have 330 million complete brainwashed, diseducated idiots in an echo chamber of permanent Matrix-esque lies, and you have like 10 fucking Morpheuses out there you can listen to. You have like Richard, you have a handful. Everyone else is like out to the fucking lunch. And then you have a country of 1.4 billion educated people, and then 98 million educated people in Asia. And then you have a few other places where there's education. Everywhere else has failed, will continue to fail, and will never succeed. FDR saved capitalism. That's a failure. The socialist, communist, and labor movement, good energy, failure. You saved capitalism. It would be better if America just disintegrated and the indigenous people rebuilt a federation of actual socialist, former Michigans, former Californias, former Georgias, along with the black internally colonized comrades, and all of the white people there to deconstruct whiteness in the 1930s. We would be already solving climate change, probably doing the expanse in space, because we would have global socialism maybe, because you wouldn't have the US hegemony doing military-industrial complex enforcement of global capitalism and racism. So FDR, really, it was a horrible failure. You know, you had another century of capitalism and colonialism. Abject, total failure. Why? How? Failure to actually analyze the root problem. And then people don't want to read Settlers because that's an Asian person Jay Sakai, not a group of authors, but people trying to describe the true history of the United States. And I had white 8-year PhD having Marxists, philosophers at the Silver Spook Cooperative. I don't want to name any names. Really upset about Settlers. I mean, Settlers has this, it's missing things here and there. It's saying things from a particular side, but everything in the West is saying things, cherry picking fucking facts. Everything is, and most of it is cherry picking literal lies and nonsense. Like the United States won World War II is nonsense. There's no history in the United States. History professors, it's like you might as well get a fucking take a John Wayne decoder ring from a Cracker Jack box, write United States or Western accredited degree on it, and give it to yourself, rather than go to $200,000 worth of student debt, ball and chain to get a fucking degree from any university in the Western world, I would argue. Waste of time, in fact. Waste of time if that's what they're teaching you, and now you're bought into the Western banking system, because now, guess what, you know what you have now? You know what you have now? Now you have a knightdom under the Western academic imperial system. So now you have to teach in a university. You have to work in the neoliberal world of the United States because you have that Western degree. It locks you into the system, which is based on disinformation. And if you really ever try and get anywhere at scale, you will be stomped on as the Occupy, and anybody who tries to actually and anybody who moves successfully at scale against the racialized capitalism and military-industrial complex finds out sooner or later. You have to begin from that. If you don't begin from that precept, that the entire flag, your entire history, your own nostalgia for, Starship Troopers, which is a white fascist fucking anti-communist diatribe, your own nostalgia, your memories, and your own, even your family members are against you. Your country, your flag, your family, your own education is there to destroy you. You have to remember that. If you can't get to that level of radical internal decolonization and settler colonial, I'm going to be going on the Mexi show soon, total liberation, which includes your own brain cells. You can't liberate your own brain cells. You're just like, going back to the Expanse, you're like space colonized, Rocinante leader, what's his name? Holden Caulfield. You're like a teenage American, but he has literal, Type 7 Kardashev civilization aliens, through some kind of M-brain string theoretical puppet stringing, taking his neurons and like warping them. They install like fictional visions and memories of other people's personalities in his head, and he's talking to this guy when he's going through like, transdimensional warp gates to lithium-rich planets that Bezos wants to colonize and Elon wants to colonize in abused ancient civilizations planets. And he has these thoughts installed in his head, literally with tentacles, right? And so like, but everyone in the West is like that. You have like your entire neural constellation. The English language itself is built on contradiction, blood, death, and genocide. I make that's a long linguistic point to make as a semiotic dialectical semiotician. It's a very complex and long, hard point to make. But the beginning of that has to undo that. You have to be outside the matrix. Anything with the, going back to the matrix metaphor, any changes you make within the matrix, right? If you fight a bunch of agents and punch them really hard, right? And you have a revolution, if you undo the, if the working class in the hotels in Matrix virtual simulacra inside of a giant machine controlled server, if the unionized workers at the Four Seasons that Cypher is eating steak at and understanding, well, when I chew this steak, my mouth and its umami sense, it's my umami sensors that I've never used before because I live in a digital simulation and I've only tasted amino acids and fucking Tank and Dozer's fucking white goop oatmeal bullshit. I know that my mouth is being told that it's tasty and short. That's the left. It's like, I know I'm being told that there's a solution and all it is ask for healthcare and housing, and white and black and everybody can just come together and ignore all the history and leave all the garbage in our heads, right? And that's Cypher going, I'm a white working class, Italian coded, kind of sell out. It's kind of, there's a little bit of a racism there. Like, why are all the Italian looking guys selling out and kind of just betraying everyone? But I mean, it's America, it's racist. But anyways, But it's like, like, hey, I'm just gonna sell everyone out and go back into the Matrix, and that's Europe. Europe is Cypher. We could really have revolutionary change and stop being racist and stop having landlord feudal oligarchs with varieties of characteristics control all of Europe, and be racist against the global South, and also Greece or Ireland, Portugal, and Spain, colonize and hurt them for the benefit of our oligarchies. But I'm gonna Cypher. I'm just gonna go back in the Matrix, and the agents are gonna give me a good cut in the machine system called Western barbarism and all of its methods of control. They're gonna give me a good cut, so fuck that. Make me someone famous, someone important, like an actor. Actors are paid military-industrial complex propagandists in America. That's what Hollywood is, right? Billionaire philanthropists, arms dealer, playboy, airbrushing to make them look good. That's what Iron Man is. And Captain Star Spangled Underpants. The U.S. military brings freedom, democracy, and prosperity, not death, destruction, colonization, neo-colonization, debt traps, bombs, and fucking the inability to drink clean water, like Afghanistan and countless Syrians have, or the Palestinians. So like the Cypher is the Western left. I could have radical solidarity with Morpheus and Neo and the mostly black and brown people that are out there. We should destroy the Matrix, right? That's not what that meme. I really like that meme. It's like, it was going around. It said, we should destroy the Matrix. I know I showed it last week. And then Agent Smith says, yet you exist in the Matrix. Curious, right? It's like that's the Western. Well, why would you want to destroy the Matrix when you live in it? And also, think about the feelings that you might hurt of all the white people. Think of all the white feelings you might hurt if you try to destroy the Matrix. Because a lot of Americans, they want a patriotic left Matrix. Just think about living in the Matrix, but slightly better. We should destroy the Matrix, yet you participate, So that's the people who have radical solidarity and understand reality, right? But everybody who is unwilling, unprepared, and I will fully admit, it is incredibly difficult to do the hard work of internally decolonizing your mind and separating with those groups, with those people, and coming and butting heads against people who are diseducated and wrong and think wrong things, and because everybody does, everybody around you will. Most people in even your left circle will dislike you, and they call you authoritarian, tanky, genocide denier, 25 other names, because that's what America's made of. It's made of anti-Asian hate. It's the United States of steal shit from China. The United States will steal shit from China. The United States will enslave Africa. That's what it is, and like many people will die living, my father included, by the way, thinking that he's a white man and that America can be salvaged and that Hawaiians and Canadian children, Canada and the Catholic Church didn't commit genocide. And he will die thinking that, because he's not even white. He's brown. He lives Asian and Pacific Islander. He's more Hawaiian than he is white, ultimately, But he will go to his grave thinking that. I can't convince him of it. I try very hard. So my solution is I'm not going to organize anything with him. I'm just going to, he's going to die of COVID with my mom soon, Well, he got a shot, thankfully. But last year, I was like waiting for them to die of COVID because they're still going to work and school and going to parties and, not going to parties, but not really taking it as seriously as they should have, And that's what's going to happen. People are going to die believing that America is salvageable and thinking internally and dealing and flipping from fascism to leftism to fake Western leftism, sock them, Bernie, alt 4chan, patriot, YouTuber, leftism, just checking out and being doomering and then coming back when it's, and they'll keep doing that, and then America and Europe and the Western world will keep dying the way that it is with its already was set to be surpassed by China in 2035. Now it's 2027. Now it's going to be more like 2024. And that is the greater narrative, and that's really the hope, is that the Matrix can even get a $3.5 trillion bill to fucking fix up its servers. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how are you going to keep the Matrix? How are you going to keep people in the Matrix when you can't even like keep the frickin' servers online? You get your bridges falling apart, your roads collapsing, you can't build 737 fucking Boeing planes. 7% of all the major flagship actual productive capacity is all crashing. You still can't fly them. Boeing has got $20 billion losses, and then you reward them with another $10 billion with self-cannibalization. The Matrix is like, your Matrix, you can't even draw straight lines to plot your dots in this Matrix. You're like, you all the cats are glitching out You know, you got stuttering cats everywhere. You know, that's how you can tell you're in a Matrix, because you see a black cat. You know, it's like a socialist, and it suddenly winks out because the New York police arrested and quietly murdered him, because that's what they do to actual successful socialists. Oh, I'm sorry. The black cat comes through, and the cat disappears and then reappears. Right? When Neo's looking at, like, what happened? That's a glitch in the Matrix. That's how you can tell you're in it. But the entire Matrix is like glitching black cats. You've got giant horses, you know, and all their medicine, they're like glitching out. And they're like, what the hell? Why is everybody taking horse dewormer and, you know, sheep nail polish remover and like duck freaking hand sanitizer? Why are they taking duck hand sanitizer? Why is America making hand sanitizer for ducks? Well, somebody figured out that they could sell and scam a bunch of diseducated Americans, telling them that ducks have the duck poop will increase your testicle size, like the people who breathe through their balls in Canada, and they said the ducks can get COVID. So to stop your pet duck whose poop, you have a beer pong tube, you have an IV tube from your duck's asshole to your mouth, and that increases your alpha testosteronator male hormones. And then you put hand sanitizer on the duck's hands, because ducks have hands, because that's the level of the education system of the West. And that's why duck hand sanitizer is going through the roof in cost, right? And so that's a glitch in the Matrix. So everybody taking ivermectin horse tranquilizers is fucking, you know, that's the Matrix breaking apart. You know, oh my God, our shipping containers can't even ship because we're sending empty shipping containers back to China, and they don't even want to send anything. They're not even bothering to send anything back to China because they don't need anything, because America don't produce nothing, and we can't even get any semiconductors. That's the Matrix all falling apart. You know, like, you can't even keep your servers open. You know, everybody's just falling. Everybody's 670,000 people dying, and nothing is really seemingly gonna stop it. You know, China's over there cracking down on the oligarchs that they're trying to invest in Evergrande. You know, with BlackRock, U.S., Canadian, Australian, AUKUS fucking private equity firm, where they store all the submarine ill-gotten blood money gains, and they put it in a fucking Evergrande. And China's like, fuck your Evergrande. You know, and then they're like, oh my God, whatever you're gonna do? That's your Matrix falling apart. You know. All you have is infinite money printing, inflation's not going away, and American people are going to keep suffering. The question is, how much do the low melanin count, presently white people, but one day won't be, people have to suffer to start listening to the 10 Morpheuses out of 330 million diseducated Matrix drones? When are they going to listen to the people and wake the fucking hell up, you know? And do what they have to do, and stop being racist, and stop asking for a cut of whiteness, as blackness and whiteness is doing 10 times worse off than Vietnameseness. You know what I'm saying? You should, you know, but the Republicans and the patriot left is like, oh, I want to take like really shitty, terrible healthcare and dying slower than black people, like not getting shot by cops and dying slower than black people, and having no healthcare, and having liquid Drano and feces come out my water. But at least it's liquid Drano feces, and then the cop doesn't come in my house and shoot me. That's better. I like drinking my liquid Drano and feces because I can watch the black guy drink liquid Drano and feces and then have a cop arrest him. So I like that. Why don't you ask for like the Vietnamese, you know, like the Vietnamese who are like, we have clean water, and the Chinese who have absolute eradication of poverty, which includes clean water, safe housing, electricity, healthcare, and education, you know, basic, all of these things for everyone, right? But like, no, I'd rather be fucked up 99 times worse off than the Chinese, but still white, than be a Uyghur. Uyghur have like better human rights and freedoms of everything, speech, religion, everything, than anyone in the United States. America, how do you practice religion when you cough in a church and then 30 people die from COVID-19? How do you practice freedom of anything when you don't have any, you know, what good is a mouth if you're unable to eat or drink non-poison food and water? You know, what the fuck, you know, you're taking fentanyl and you're killing 90,000 white people in the United States. You don't have any freedom, you know, but you have, that's really, it's a testament to the level of racism it's really the fact that the Republican and Democrat and the white people in the United States continue to vote against their own interests ultimately, you know, to hurt themselves, to be worse off than Cubans with a shorter life expectancy than a Cuban that's poorer in per capita but still better life expectancy. It's a testament to the racism and the deep racism that white people in the U.S. will be willing to take 10 times worse quality of life than Asians and Hispanics in Cuba, than to work together with the black and Asian community to get to basic dignified life, you know? It's like, wow, you incredibly racist. I mean, you really want to hurt you. You really care more about fucking your own material conditions. You talk about, that's part of the problem, right? People are like, material conditions. White people don't give a shit about the material conditions. They're like, I'm gonna die being racist as fuck because it makes me feel good. It's racist conditions, right? We have to examine the racist conditions of the so-called United States, you know, and it's not because like, you know, but that's harder work than ask. You can just point to Bezos, and I it's fine. You should point to Bezos. That guy has way too much fucking money. I don't have my healthcare. I don't have dignified housing. I'm not making enough money to support my basic needs and have food, healthcare, housing, education. That's fine, right? But that's easy, you know? That's easy. Everybody wants better. They know they're fucked. That's easy. Bernie Sanders, that's easy. You know what's the hard one? Hey, I am gonna stop, you know, being a racist. I'm gonna stop being afraid of and fearing and not facing the history of settler colonialism, genocide, suffering, and have radical empathy with people that are different than me. That's a lot harder than just going, I'd like healthcare, please. I like a better wage, please. That's easy. Anybody can get on board with that, you know? If you tell them, hey, join us, and we'll give you a little better healthcare. Join us, I'll give you a nicer house. Who's not going to get on board with that, right? Then the hard part is, well, you know, but that's the problem with the U.S. left is, well, let's just glaze over all the stuff that's actually stopping us from getting there, you know, the decolonization that has to happen, you know. It's like I'm glad that Professor Flowers and Mexi and everyone else at Non-Compete is having a lot of people on that are doing all this important work, because that is really what's holding the U.S. back. I mean, that's why Black Lives Matter was the biggest uprising in the history of the so-called United States. You know, it's not Occupy. And it's not the Bernie Sanders movement. It was Black Lives Matter that was the biggest, most dangerous actual uprising in the history of the United States. The Civil War was a war to keep slavery. The Revolutionary War was a war to keep slavery. It was not a war for any kind of actual revolution to make the world a better place. There will never be anything in the United States if that lesson of history, which you can't get until you read true history, or read, listen to, have a podcast, base it, you know, the Vietnamese were in the Cu Chi tunnels as the U.S. is dropping more bombs than on all sides in World War II combined on their heads, dust falling onto their paper. But you know what they're doing in there? Kwame Ture notes this, right? Crawling through these tunnels as the U.S. is shelling and bombing their houses, their schools, their clinics, their rice paddies, their full restaurants, their school buses. They're bombing their gathering spaces, all of their apartments into smithereens, and they're in the tunnels. What are they doing in there? Are they in there talking about how, oh, well, let's have healthcare, please? No, you know what they're doing? They're reading true history of the world from the socialist and revolutionary. They're reading Lenin, and they're reading Mao, and they're reading, well, not necessarily reading Mao, but they're reading the true dialectical history, and you can't have dialectics without history. What the fuck? That you're already missing a lot if some people are saying that shit, but you know. So that, you know, just having a bunch of guns, America has lots of guns. Why does America have so much guns and so much capacity and so much material? There's so much to gain from undoing their ruling classes and having what China and Vietnam did, right? But why don't they do that? Why don't they do that, you know? It's you know, there's a lot to it, but a part of it is 99% of them in the United States does not have an education, and the Vietnamese and the Cubans and the Chinese do. And they now the key now is for them to keep having a persistent, ongoing educated population. That's why education is so important, right? That's why the Russians were really adamant everybody get extremely educated. I mean, they might not have a lot of the other material. They might be a little bit lacking in certain industries, not as technologically advanced in some areas. Everybody has a lot of education because they know, same like the Hawaiians in the 1800s had the highest literacy rate and one of the most educated, if not the most educated population on earth, because they knew to maintain their actual sovereignty and actual existing, I would call it actual existing socialism. We had the first universal healthcare system in the world in Hawaii, Queens Medical Center. And it, you know, invented 20,000 before 20,000 Leagues was published. Fully functional subaquatic vehicles, submarines essentially, and torpedo-proof vessels, and had economic development, trains, advanced cities, and electric lights before the White House. Education paramount. That's why we were the most literate and educated, you know, and it's why the China, Vietnam, and Cuba are the most educated, you know. because that is required. But that's anyway. So it's really like that's and not just educated. It's more than just the knowledge. It's also the internal, emotional, and psychological work, libidinal work, spiritual work, really, from a certain vantage point that has to be done. Because it's not just knowledge; it's many more things than that. And so all of that has to be. Anyway, I've been going off on that for a long time. I'm not talking about the Expanse, am I? I'm not. So, the interstellar stealth neoliberalism made courtesy of our corporate Death Star, that is the Expanse. And why we can't sidestep decolonization and global equity before taking one giant leap for humankind. So these kind of shows are part of that process of ahistorical. I call it ahistorical futurism, or Western illusory. As Voltaire would say, right? Let me get that exact quote so I don't keep misquoting. Comrade, the Richard Wolff of the 1700s. The wisest China, the wisest nation. This is Voltaire in several hundred years ago. China, the wisest nation, which has shown what a natural religion reduced to deism and morality can do. Because part of it was religious feudalism was part of religious power and then feudal power together under the Catholic Church in France at the time under which Voltaire lived. China was the wisest nation. China is the wisest nation, a 4,000-year-old civilization, antidote to the illusions of Western Christian historiography, and still offers the best constitution. The French is Essai sur le mort. I cannot pronounce French very well, but anyways. Does it not rest on the merit of the mandarins of China, which this commoner, Arouet, that was Voltaire's real name, admirer of Louis XIV, opposes to birth? So that's the actual quote that when I refer to Voltaire specifically. And so the Expanse, I would argue. Now, of course, all the history books in Europe and the United States and the West is all Western illusory historiography with Christian, Protestant, Catholic, and sometimes atheist characteristics, like Sam Harris's backing of the Iraq Forever War in Enlightenment 2.0 conferences of all of the university professors of STEM, biology, philosophy, neuropsychology. V.S. Ramachandran, one of the pioneers of a neuroscientist who figured out a remedy for phantom limb syndrome. Brilliant Indian from East Indian neuroscientist, because I was studying to be a cognitive computer scientist at one point. I was watching a lot of these in the naughties, and they were all down with Sam Harris's Iraq War, by the way. It's very important to remember. The university system does not generally, except for a handful of radical fringes, really oppose what the U.S.'s hegemony wants. Partially because they don't have an education system in the university system of the West, and partially because, not where it matters. You can do research in your particular field, and there's a lot of important job work being done, but it has failed. If it was successful, then the United States wouldn't be a collapsing shithole, global death cult. And because that's not the job of the university. University is there to give a facade of educated, civilized, advanced, rational, empirical governance and intellectual intelligentsia to the Western world. It's not there to do education. If it was, Michael Hudson wouldn't have to write these scathing takedowns of the entire Western education system. So anyways, and so these Expanse is Western illusory historiography applied to the future, right? It's Western imperial illusory futurography. Because that's part of the thing that, to me, it's great and it's entertaining. Again, this is again the way I come at, Star Wars, what it missed, the way that I come at. I've done takes on Black Widow, it's bye-bye Miss Rotten American Pie, military-industrial complex, imperial capitalism, America attempt at salvaging the American image. I say this about all these shows, right? Falcon and Winter Soldier just being, America's good, and America didn't do anything bad in Libya, and we're saving the world narratives. it's not something wrong with the actors and the writing and the presentation, and the story is very engaging. I'm gonna probably finish season 5 of The Expanse. I'm not giving Amazon any money to be clear. Because for legally, because other people have access to legal accounts that we have access to. I don't personally from my wallet giving any money, but what it is saying, right? What it is not really what it's saying. It's what it's not saying, which is especially season 4. I was really talking about colonization, space colonization, and kind of like kind of flippantly touching on what space colonization might look like without really examining the history of colonialism. And in this season as well, they kind of go, and then the Europeans found the new world, and Western hegemony ruled, and now we're in space Western hegemony, and that's kind of like what's happening. And we're just all going to be at war forever in space between Mars, Earth, and Belters, and that's just what's happening. We're just all going to be war forever in space, and Jeff Bezos will have Blue Origin, and Elon Musk will have space corporations, and we're not going to deal with them after season 3 because now Jeff owns, and the biggest American, one of the greatest American psychopath-run, neo-feudal, self-annihilatory mega corporations that makes its workers peas in fucking bottles, right? And breaks the legs and destroys the unions and spies on and Pinkertons all of its working class that make all and move all of its Baby Yoda t-shirts and Expanse headsets and all of its fucking bottles of overpriced hand sanitizer and Global South resources that it uses to make all of its products. And Jeff Bezos has rewritten his future historiography from season 4 and 5 as corporate, because in the beginning it was when it was more Canadian sci-fi, it was smaller, and it was there's more to do with like the corporate oligarchies that are maintaining a lot of the power and manipulating all of the political events within the world. It's not really perfect, but after season 3, that's all over. And what it basically is the government of Earth is corrupt, government bad, let space corporations kind of absent mostly. Space colonization is good. Yes, Native Americans suffered a little bit, but if we have good white guys go to Mars and into Alpha Centauri's lithium-rich planets, we can do space colonialism good without really dealing with anything. Because I would argue there's nothing. And the sad thing is, I think this show is not even written by a white person, but it's written by somebody who is a vassal of the West, which is a lot of people who show up in the United States, like Sundar Pichai. Oh, I shouldn't say he's a very good, nice, awesome, very based human. Sundar is so good. He's such a great guy. Forgot who Death Star was streaming from. Anyways, people who show up from a country that is a vassal of the United States and has one of the greatest poverty rates, right next to China. Similarly extremely populous country, and they sold all their people out to fascist and neoliberal, and they're a puppet regime, more so than not making war on China, and with the Quad, and people from, unfortunately, people who come from that country to America and then make millions of dollars and billions of dollars, and their family members are very close to Mr. Bezos, and then they write shitty, terrible political regoodings of global colonialism and fictional representations of fully automated luxury space fascist capitalism, calling it good actually, and then criminalizing revolutionaries, which is what they do in season 5, which is that's really normal and based for them to do. It's so great that they do that, and then airbrushing over colonization, and which is what most of the space shows made in the West are about. How Earth is fucked. Space is a place where we're gonna just have like really awesome, good, nice colonies. If white, upper middle class Germans, Americans, French, and Canadians can build enough ships, and hide all the black labor and brown labor that did that, and get to Mars, and we can build utopia. Like there's the George Clooney show, there's IO, there's all these shows, or something. We could have a few token black Americans that work for the U.S. military-industrial complex, like Obama. Can go, maybe they can go, a handful of them. That way we don't look racist, just like America cannot look racist by having Kamala and Obama. But that's the meta narrative that I see coming out of Netflix. I see it coming out of Amazon. I see it coming out of entities that I'm not going to mention because I might be streaming from them. It's coming out of the Hollywood generally. If they make anything on space, that's usually what it is. The one I kind of liked. I mean, I thought that. What was that show? Venom had some interesting things to say. Venom was like interesting depiction of yet another, billion plus countries Gusano headquartering a giant Silicon Valley surveillance capitalist big tech firm, right? I think it was the richest man in the world in the universe of Marvel's Venom, right? Starring Tom Hardy. Using homeless people in San Francisco to experiment on them to build his space colony, right? And burn the Earth as Earth is dying, right? And that one's all right. I thought that was okay in terms of like dealing with what the West, at least what the West looks like in space. I would argue that America and the West will never really get to Mars and Moon. The Chinese are already surpassing the United States, and they'll far with the global counter-hegemonic socialist world will far surpass whatever the U.S. can manage. And all the Bezoses will be evergranded off of the Earth sometime in the near future. I would argue that like there is no future other than that, And so I don't think that that's an accurate. That is a good cautionary dystopia of the Bezoses of the world burning Earth. Like Neofeud is a cautionary dystopia. Like I always meant Neofeud to be cautionary. I didn't mean for Neofeud to be a doomer copium, or doomer dopium, or doomopium. I don't want you to take the opium of the masses of the white, now slightly less well-off suburban world, which is where the Europeans and the Western American and Canadian New Zealanders are, which is smoking dystopias as if that's reality, right? Because they're collapsing. That's the collapsist narrative. That's why I don't like, I don't regret Neofeud, but like, it is important because it is more than just like the apocalyptic world. It describes the interlocking racist, colonial, prison, police, and military industrial complexes working together, and the internal racism, the internal bureaucracy, the government and corporate that work together, the police murdering innocent people all the time. That is the basis of, because that's the thing that dystopias gloss over, is all of the racialized capitalism that built those civilized those dystopias, right? So that's very important. At the same time, like, I don't want people to just like read like dystopia, watch dystopian films where everything's Mad Maxed and there's just radioactive wasteland and just go, oh, that's where we're gonna be. So I'm just gonna do nothing and sit at home and not do harm reduction and not support indigenous decolonization and black and brown decolonization and support the global New Silk Road and mutual indigenous advanced civilizational network of Chinese Xinjiang-based, photovoltaic cell farms that are bigger than anything that Europe can even produce, and the high-speed rail that France and Germany can't produce as well as the Chinese can, because they're racist Europeans against the Chinese, because they built everything pillaging the fucking Chinese for the silk and the opium. That's what built the French and the British fortunes in Indochina, and the Dutch, who colonized Taiwan and had slave indigenous Taiwanese people and Austronesians, because that's who the Dutch are, fucking colonizers. That's what Europe is. And instead of address Europe's colonial history, they just want to cry and then say, well, we're all burning. That way I can sit here and smoke my own copium, smoke dystopia, and not address who my ancestors were as a Dutch upper middle class sex tourism beneficiary and visitor to the Philippines where I harass and hurt those people, and sitting on mountains of wealth and then having an electric bike and thinking that I'm all fixed now. No, you're not. You're not fixed. You're still a neo-colonial debt-trapped vassal of the U.S. empire, and you are accelerating every second that you don't undo your European neo-feudal, capitalist, oligarchic puppet regime of the United States. You are a clown show in Europe, and you should stop smoking your own depression like a coward as a Spanish, French, German, Swedish, Scandinavian, or other British citizen. Now you're having your little Brexit problem. Stop crying about your dying supply chains and fucking do what you have never done, which is the work. Address that you still sell black chocolate hands in Holland or in the Netherlands. You still sell, Belgium still sells black chocolate hands in celebration of King Leopold II, because you're a racist country who chopped off the hands of black children and killed millions of them in his Congo colony, which is still a Euro-American settler and colonizer colony. Address that history. Address who you are as European failures. Address your history of dragoons and dragonades and French Catholic Roman empires and British Protestant, Union Jack empires. Address your murder and your death and your destruction. Address all of that. Saying sorry to Namibia like some kind of Canadian sorry, and now we take everything with the PR and the goodwill that we've been able to fake by saying sorry. That's Canadianism. Sorry, have a moose, and we're just nice little moose and maple syrup guzzling fuckers. And then we do 75% of the global mining corporations headquartered in Toronto. That's why Toronto has so much money to spend on rebranding itself as some kind of fucking steel straw and hashtag Indigenous reconciliation fountain of goodwill and the city on the hill. The city on the hill, on top of the hill that is America. We're the good America. We're what America is supposed to be. Canada. $31 billion worth of neo-colonial ownership of Africa's resources. The shithole. Canada has to do that work. You have to go, oh no, we're not nice little maple syrup and moose having, sorry saying, Michael Moore wet dreams. We are actually a shithole colonial colonizer, indigenous murdering, missing and murdered indigenous women with man camp stunning, 3 oil companies in a trench coat and mining companies with a stupid hat. We are America's battle cruisers, battle cruisers, siege tanks, and fire bats in StarCraft. We are the SCV mining company getting the minerals on the dead bodies of all of the crushed indigenous and black and brown peoples and Asian peoples of the world, because the West and StarCraft is a racist colonizer simulator. So that's who Canada is. You are the mining shitscape, and you also send your own Canadian military off to Afghanistan. I actually know a Canadian soldier who went into Afghanistan and terrorized and kicked in doors of innocent people and waterboarded them and shot them in his teams. Innocent people in Afghanistan. And he felt really fucking care about it and he didn't know what to do about it. And I met him in Waikiki and he was distraught, and his indigenous partner was also distraught in the brokenness that you visited upon your own Canadian white citizens by sending them to Asia to murder people because you're America's pet. That's who Canada is. America's pet genocide doer. You got to do that work as a Canadian as well. And as an Australian, you're even worse than Canada in a lot of ways. You're just over there fucking making nuclear war on China, taking nuclear submarines, pissing off France. Colonizer, imperial, blood-stained, million-person genociding, Charlie Hebdo, racist as fuck France is upset at Australia. You gotta be pretty fucked up. So Australia, you have much internal work to do. You colonial shithole country that has never had any equality for anyone, and you're based on stolen indigenous land, and the white Australia policy was disgusting. And why did you stop having Native Hawaiians, Chinese, Vietnamese, Koreans, Japanese, and anyone Asian coming into Australia, calling them all Chinamen? I'm not a Chinaman, you know? Like, I have Asian ancestry, but I'm not a Chinaman. But Australia had a policy called the White Australia Policy, which banned enemy immigration and forced into internment camps and in concentration camps all the Asians, like on Christmas Island. Because Australia is a racist country and a colonizer genocide country, which is why it's AUKUS. Canada, it should be a caucus. You know, that would be really all the Protestant flavor settler colonial genocide, slavery, and warmonger based countries, right? U.S., Australia, Canada, right? With its disgusting mommy, the UK, the Cthulhu mommy, UK, right? A caucus. That would be perfect, because that's all. Well, New Zealand. There's too many Maoris. There's too much indigenous power in New Zealand that's pushing back against that. You know, that's why they have one of the lowest COVID counts, I think. And also they have no nuclear submarine nuclear militarization in their waters. I mean, because it's New Zealand. I would argue a lot of it is because there's more indigenous economic and political power and sovereignty, and Taika Waititi is just a outgrowth of that. I would argue him directing Thor Ragnarok and being number one director of one of the only successful, good, decolonized indigenous representations on any television show ever, called Reservation Dogs, which you should watch. But it's also because, you know, New Zealand has many problems, and there's still racism there, there's still colonialism there, but they're like more on the path that America, Canada, and Australia should be on, but refuse to go on, instead doubling down on their colonialism, racism, and backing their empire, the U.S. New Zealand got called out by Captain Apartheid, Serpent Zie, a racist descendant of someone who was carried on the backs of Africans, you know, and that kind of people who wish they could go back to a Hong Kong where they get carried on the backs of Chinese. Serpent Zie, one of Daniel Dumbro's arch nemesis, calling out the Maori called her Chin woman, her moko tattoo, and insulting her because she said, we will be neutral, we will not take sides with the U.S. and Canada, U.S. and China. We will be neutral and do business with the U.S. and with China, and we're not going to take sides. And Australia and America's CIA's puppets like Serpent Zie, or little paid, mini celebrity YouTuber influencers, clowns like that guy, racist, literally Captain Apartheid, really gross guy, super racist. like Elon, super racist and sexist. You know, thinks Me Love You Long Time is awesome and super good and should be able to go and have sex with any Chinese and Asian woman at any time because that's his birthright as a white man. And he says shit like that all the time. So anyways, he doesn't say that mask off, but that's what he says. But anyway, so New Zealand is in a different position, but but it really should be US, UK, Australia, and then like that parts of New Zealand, it's kind of like, hopefully they'll keep doing better, but until they have still decolonization to do. Caucasus, and that will be all the white Protestant settler colonial countries facing off against China, right? Trying to make wastes of money, killing their own, starving, diseducating, and causing lack of healthcare and infrastructure for their own populations. Like UK needs a lot of infrastructure. UK needs better trains and health. It's running out of food, and it's spending $10 billion to build Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier, and sending it up China's butt over there. What? So instead of, but that's the white working classes and the diseducating so-called Western left, killing themselves, starving themselves to maintain their patriotism and racism, right? Allowing their countries to send aircraft carriers over to China and then cheering, and going, yeah, get those Chinese. They caused Wuhan flu. They're evil. They're bad. I'm a progressive from the UK, and I hate China. That's good. Awesome. Keep making, That's why, like, the new Cold War really, it's Richard. I think it's telling that it's Richard Wolff is the high-profile, like, left economist. That's the one that's doing the new Cold War. Which, if you missed it, I recommend. If you don't know about this, you should really check it out. It's called The Richard Wolff and Vijay Prashad and Tiggs Chak from the Tricontinental Organization, who did a very important discussion. I know I keep bringing it up, but it's again, there's no education. This is one 0.01% of actual information in the permanent disinformation system called the entire Western world. This is like one piece of that 0.1% information. You should really check this out. But I think it's telling that it's Richard Wolff. Again, I think you have like a handful of Voltaires, and then you have Louis XIV, and you have all the Louis XIV lords, the CEO kings, and then you have the viscounts, VP marketing, and then you have the lawyer lords, right? Corporate lawyer lords, and then you have the knight, that is the police and the military of the world police of the US and the Western world. And then you have, they get good wages, by the way, like a knight. You get a lot of money to beat up people for the oligarchy and the aristocracy and the feudal or neo-feudal lords, right? Knights were better off and they had nicer quarters, nicer things, right? And they do a lot of violence for the ruling barbaric classes. That's what a knight's for, right? In shining armor. That's why Disney loves his knights, because Disney is a barbaric Western feudalist wannabe. And then you have Walt Disney. And then you have also a terrible exploiter of all the animator underpaid working classes. And then you have all of the peasants who want to be, who the peasants and the diseducated working classes who are all bowing down and professing undying fealty and giving 1/3 to their landlord. I mean, I don't have to do the landlord, and then in 2021 it's the landlord, and in 1700 it's also the landlord. So that one I don't have to do a Neofeud equivalent from the 400 years ago to now. It's just the landlord. They should, pro tip to today's neo-feudal oligarchy, shadow feudalists of the banking and military industrial complex. Change the word landlord out. Don't keep using that. Otherwise, people might actually learn. Your diseducated 99% of your population might learn something, because they might figure out that there's never been any democracy or any freedom or any justice or anything. If they figure out that they still have lords and feudalism was never abolished, actually, in fact. So, anyways, except in China, Vietnam, and a handful of other places. So when you have where they took the landlords, they stopped having land. So when you and so you need the one person out of a million speaking the truth, and you got to listen to that one. When you find that one, you got to listen to that one person, because everyone else you listen to is going to be spewing complete bullshit and wasting your time and hurting you. Even now, before they weren't hurting you because white people were benefiting from the settler colonialism and capitalism, but now it's arguable even that like a lot of the white working classes didn't benefit from slavery, because if there weren't slaves, black and white would have been living at much better living levels, because the white people wouldn't compete with $0 an hour of a slave in the pre-Civil War South. I mean, you still compete with slave labor. That's the thing America forgets. But anyways, so you got to listen to those people And you definitely got to listen to the Global South people and Global East people that have an education, like Tings, Chaka, and Vijay. Tings is, I think, diaspora, lived and grew up in Canada. But Tings is, like, at least been to and studied and is honest about the world, you know? Unlike the entire Western world, which lies about itself and the rest of the world. So you got to take the little pocket of truth in the matrix of lies, and you got to really zoom in on that. And you got to go, why? And don't go, oh, well, I heard this thing from Richard, and I heard this thing, and I read this facts, and I don't want to face it. I'm just going to go and be a patriotic leftist and not address racism and colonialism and not undo settler colonialism. You got to go like, why does this hurt so much when I have to like undo this colonial and whiteness inside of me, you know? Why does that suck so much, you know? And you got to like, don't turn away from that. You have to face that, and you got to go look for more history about that, you know who you can look at, you know, just to give people more shouts out, you know, just on the US specifically, you know, you can ask Gerald Horn. Is one person who at least is saying the true things, you know. Like I said, it's not like you can't do good educational, informational work in a Western university, but it's not the norm. It's not the whole, you know. And you're not gonna get to high places and get good jobs, you know. Especially, you're not gonna get a good job in university because universities are private equity firms masquerading as places of learning nowadays that pay all the college professors who will never have tenure, perma-temp, undergrad, begging for food from the undergrads who are all rich descendants of Bezoses and complaining about how they can't sail down the lazy river with Beyonce and the Backstreet Boys if the university doesn't spend $10 million building them a fucking lazy river. That's who goes to universities nowadays, and that's where all the money comes from. It's not from the working classes who can barely afford to go to fucking university, right? And so they cater to them. And university professors, 50% were food insecure before COVID, and now it's more like 60-70%. I have to go look for the most recent statistic, but it's terrible. So it's not impossible, but most universities are just knowledge factories for the military-industrial complex and the corporate overlords to liquidate all of the potential knowledge wealth that they can turn into profit from all the rights to all of your biotech science and all of your contorted molecules, all of your space, and your nanotech materials that you invent, all owned by the corporations for the most part. And that's what universities are outsourced. You know, it's public. It's the same way like the 0809 housing crisis was externalized housing subprime risk, internalized profit, right? That was the Wall Street innovation in the undoing of Glass-Steagall and the Securities Modernization Act of 2000 under Clinton, was about taking the risk, taking all the suffering and the reward, suffering and the losses and the red ink and dropping it on public and your pension fund and municipal and city and your infrastructure and, you know, and students and people getting a car loan and, you know, black people and the Global South and Greece, and then taking all the reward and giving it to executives on Wall Street, right? And all their banking friends. And so then all of that is being continued in the university system. It's about taking all of the knowledge and the good things that could benefit all of humanity and giving all of your biotech, your science, technology, engineering, mathematical inventions, and giving it straight to the military-industrial complex that owns a lot of universities, and Harvard, you know, and giving it to University of whether that's the UC system, San Diego, Washington, University of Wisconsin, and giving it to the corporations that suck all of the knowledge and the inventions and the patents straight out of the university into themselves, and then you can go fuck off and be a poor, broke, Boeing fucking avionics engineer and make $9 an hour with $200,000 of student debt, which is what the Boeing autopiloting AI programmers are paid, $9 an hour, which is, I don't know if you know, that's not enough to pay back your degree. Anyway, so Joe Horn is very important as somebody who is, when you go, oh my God, I can't deal with this history and what China is, and then you have people like, you know, you have Richard, you have Gerald, you have Michael Hudson, and they're like, well, I'm sorry, this sucks. Now here are more true things, and let's build actual revolutionary change and stop fucking around. But most of them, you know, that's the problem. I don't know how to fix this problem. All I can do is like try to say true things. Like if I can say at least 50,000 true things in 2.5 hours, you know, the empire is gonna, and the capitalist white supremacist empire is gonna say 700 trillion false things every 5 seconds. You know, if you add up everything that everybody's echo chambering in their dinner table, their coffee table, their Discord, their office that they're working in, you know, to make wages, writing TPS reports, over-consuming Prada and iPhones to burn the planet with neoliberal, mass, ridiculous, void-filling consumption. So all those people are going to say bullshit to each other in their office, in their school, in their public-private charter school, in the university system. They're all going to say lies to each other all day long. The media and the YouTube and the influencers and the mainstream media, the TV media, the movie Hollywood media, and all the YouTube media and Instagram are going to say bullshit to each other all day long. 700 trillion, quadrillion lies are going to be said every day to each other. Everybody's saying them in this network of lies, called 7.4, 6 billion, no, it's more like 800 million diseducated people, approximately, give or take. Just keep blasting false things to each other's, all day long. And I can say 5,000 true things per stream, but, I can't do it all. Like indigenous people, 4% of the population stop 25% of the United States and Canada's carbon emissions. But, it shouldn't be on them to do that work. If other people can if all the white people just take up 0.5%, if white people took up like 1% of the work, indigenous people doing 4 or 5 times their share of the work, 6 times their share of the work, if white people took up like 1/6 the share of their work to support those indigenous people, you could be at carbon neutrality already, but they're too busy being lazy cowards. So similarly, like I can say 5,000 true things, but if other people don't repeat the fucking 5,000 true things, so that if 5,000 people repeated 5,000 true things, right, that's 25 million true things that were said, and if 5,000 more people repeat that, it's 5,000 is 525 million, and that is after 2 degrees of truth repetitions in a web work of a global matrix of information instead of a matrix of disinformation. If 5,000 people repeated the 5,000 true things that I said times exponentially accelerated 2 times, right? That's 525 million. 25 million, right? And then that's another, what is that? It's like over 1 billion. And then one more time, and then you're at a trillion, right? So all you need is 4 degrees of people just repeating true things to each other. If everybody had the courage to not be fucking to take offending their white leftist comrades that are all into this patriot bullshit, right? To irritate their family members who are like, well, we just gotta vote for Bernie again when he comes around. If people had the courage to repeat the 5,000 true things just one time, or just a few of those true things, right? Times 4, you could have a 700 trillion true things being said. And at that point, right? Because people are not rational. Very important to remember. People aren't rational. People go with what it does materially, economically, spiritually, but also whatever people are thinking about in a day-to-day basis. So I can say a true thing and I gotta repeat it. Silver Spook, you keep repeating yourself. I mean, I try to not always repeat myself in exactly the same way, but it's really the repetition. The way that war was manufactured for the New Era testimony was blasting the New Era testimony 700 trillion times to the BBC, to the New York Times, MSNBC, Fox, and then echo chambered in the dinner table conversation, in the workplace office conversation, sitting around the neo-feudal king and talking about, oh, it's terrible what those babies in the incubators being thrown out. We gotta go. And America, Captain America, and all of our jets and our military have to go save the poor Middle Easterners, in the Gulf War and then the Iraq War. Oh, we gotta go. 700 trillion people saying lies to each other 7 times a day for 3 hours, right? Or every time you watch news in the United States or go to public school or private school or charter school, you're imbibing 6 hours a day lies. And then you watch your news, 3 hours a day lies. You go on Twitter, blue check mark, 3 hours a day, hot taking on each other, right? Making $6 of subs, $25 to pay your insulin. I mean, I understand. And then blasting lies by debating fascists and neoliberals and anybody in the West, really. It's a waste of time. They're all full of bullshit. The fascists are just full of very, very far right lies, and then you have the far right lies. That's the rest of the Western world. Waste of time. Waste of brain energy. You're hearing 2 different versions of lies. It's called white patriot leftist settler lie, and then you have fucking white far right fascist bullshit lie. And you have like fake left neoliberal pretending to be leftist lie, like Luna's always talking about, and most of Twitch and YouTube is what this is, talking to far right fascist lie. This is, that's you sit there, watch a Twitch stream of people talking about how are we going to get healthcare and housing and Medicare first, or are we going to debate trans people being humans and black people first? You just spent 3 hours. You could have been watching CNN or MSNBC or Fox. You've been wasting your fucking time, or going to a U.S. school. Go to U.S. school, watch a Twitch stream, watch a YouTube stream, watch most videos, listen to a goddamn CNN television broadcast. You know, every one of these things is blasting nonstop and the deepest lies are the ones that are buried underneath what you're ostensibly debating about it, which is, well, given that China is a despotic authoritarian regime, blah 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 blah. That one is in everything, left, right, and center. That unites everyone, right? Nobody can talk about that. If you can't deal with who China is, especially now, but even more so historically and their actual history, you are not revolutionary. Period. You are not even a leftist. You're just a clown. You're fucking taking a cut, just like all of Europe from the empire. You're useless. You know. So I'm sorry. Does that hurt? You know. But you're the one that's gonna suffer. You know. I'm in the most decolonized parts of Hawaii, building the Hui Worker Cooperative of Silver Spook Games, speaking against the fucking empire, with the allies in Asia and Vietnam, being an internationalist, and the Cubans and everyone else, pushing back against this fucking empire. And I mean, yeah, we're not doing as well, but we're doing better where we have 0 evictions because of actual radical, the parts of Hawaii that have been able to maintain indigenous positions have said we're not going to evict anyone from any houses because that's not what we do. Because Aina and Kuleana, our responsibility is to be pono, our righteousness and just way of living, which is Aina is for everybody, and houses by extension are for everybody, and we don't use them. We don't hold the threat of violence and eviction over people's heads if they don't give the landlord class $2,000, $3,000, or whatever exorbitant coerced amount out of their pocket. And that's why you're gonna be, you know, and we still need money to fund the ongoing decolonization, because this is not a given that this will continue. This could discontinue, and then we'll be back to shitscape Oahu or Honolulu or LA. But if this decolonization continues and land back continues, you could be liberated the way that the Vietnamese and the Chinese are for the first time in the existence of the United States, right? So you know, it hurts. I'm sure it hurts when I say that kind of stuff. I know it does. It hurt me the first time I heard it. And I used to identify as just basically an American patriot. And I'm going to have a good degree as a rock star or a video game maker working at EA or something. You know, that's what I thought like 20 years ago. Full of bullshit. All kind of bullshit. I still have a lot of bullshit. You know, speaking English, you use bullshit words. So, but that's why I don't listen to people's Twitch and YouTube comments, because not because people are stupid. I don't care about disinformation, and I don't care to platform disinformation, because you cannot combat the fire hose of disinformation with a handful of whack-a-mole debunking of these arguments. You can make a lot of money making YouTube and Twitch videos doing that and wasting your time. Really, I would argue wasting your time, because you're not building actual revolutionary movement until you are at a revolutionary level of education of the masses. And a lot of people will watch that because a lot of white people use YouTube and Twitch, and they have a lot of money to throw at subs from the dying suburban and the 20 Airbnbs that mommy and daddy owns, and take a little bit of that and give it. Although you can liquidate colonial blood money giving copium to white people who have more resources on YouTube and Twitch, yes, but that's not, you know, we need money, but I don't want that money. You know, like I'm not gonna I'm not gonna enable people's bullshit. And in the long run, that is not the solution. It hasn't been the solution in the 60s. It wasn't the solution in the 80s. This Occupy didn't make that solution. FDR and the so-called new this left revolutionary activity didn't work. Failed. It all failed. There has never been a revolution. There's never been a left in the West. Period. I would argue. There can be for the first time if people finally get an education for the first time in the Western world. And I'm not prepared to disable that by making more money, get out of your Hawaiian vacation and I stayed and abused Hawaiian culture guilt trip free card. I'm not going to say, oh, you're a good white person if you just give this Hawaiian money. I could make more money doing that, but I'm not going to do that because I care too much about the people that are of low melanin account and everybody, you know, also myself. But I mean, it's really, I could make more money if I just got up here and go, oh yeah, I could get on some big ass fucking panel and go, oh no, yeah, I mean, white people, you guys are really revolutionary, you know, and I'm an indigenous person and I sanctify this, you know, you are doing the work and thanks and check out my game and nothing about all the shit that pisses them off. They have more money, you know, the Westerner still has more money in the English language, so I mean, I can make more money doing that. So But I don't. That in the short term, you know, can make some money. In the same way that meth feels good, it's like a hour-long orgasm. If you overdose on it, you take too much. You know, I don't know how long. You know, meth not even once. Actually, that's from other people's reports of illegal drugs that I would never do because that would be a TOS violation to talk about or do anything illegal. But I mean, you know, it feels good to do certain illegal substances, and then your life is destroyed over the longer run, right? Similarly, it feels good to talk about we're gonna have a patriot left and airbrush over the lack of decolonization and the lack of radical solidarity and the lack of addressing racism. But it's really gonna hurt you and it's gonna hurt everyone in the long run, you know? So I don't wanna give you educational, informational, quadruple bacon burgers with ivermectin in them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to give you that. I'm going to trying to give you something healthier, you know? I mean, like, you know, are you vegan? We have a vegan tofu salad, you know, kalo and Okinawan sweet potato based patty. You know what I'm saying? Because Okinawan sweet potato, super purple, super food, antioxidants, more acai than acai berry based ass Okinawan sweet potatoes. So shout out to all my Luchu friends and Comrade Akemi. But anyways, you know, so anyway, but the first time you have healthy food, you spit it out sometimes because you're like, oh God. I shouldn't say healthy food doesn't taste bad. If you spice it properly like a Global South and Global East person, not like a white, terrible cooker that doesn't use seasoning and spices. I don't know why, but that's just a weird artifact of history. I would argue anti-Asian racism against the spices in Britain in particular, and the upper crust. But that likes boiled, sad, cold fucking meat. But anyway, I'm not gonna, I dunk on the terrible fucking boring unseasoned potatoes and meat to let the meat shine, as the British would say, and they gave that to America, who are wannabe British feudals. But you know, like I don't want to give you poison food, and that's why we do this. Not because I like hate these people. Silver Spook, Silver Spook just hates all the people of different. No, like I'm half Stormtrooper. My great grandfather was racist, white, criminal who pretended to be a cowboy, or I don't know if it's unclear. Slept with a gun under his pillow, was a killer. And also was a racist and beat his Hawaiian wife all the time. Possibly killed her, we don't know. My other grandfather was a fascist Japanese murderer for the Japanese flavor of imperialism as part of that complex, that's one thing that we have. So I've got all these killers and murderers and colonizers and horrible people in that backstory. I like that part about Reservation Dogs where Dallas Goldtooth, the ancestor of Bear, is like throwing little bits. He's eating like Pop-Tarts or Flamin' Flamers or what. If he's eating something, he's eating a muffin or a meat pie, you know. And Dallas Goldtooth is Indigenous Environment Network based decolonizer media coordinator for the Indigenous Environmental Network, which is doing the actual work. 25% of the carbon emissions, right? While white people are crying about how we're all fucked, and they're doing the indigenous people doing the actual work as always. And he's all like, he's an actor as well, though. So Dallas is over there like eating his meat pie, and he's like throwing bits of it at Bear, you know. And then Bear is the young kid in Reservation Dogs, you know, indigenous, you know, the indigenous made and filmed show about it's an actual story of indigenous people and indigenous life, which is really awesome. And you should watch it. And I know I advertise it like 75,000 times a day, but this is 74,999 time. So, you know, and Bear is like waking up, and then Dallas, the ancestor is like, hey, young warrior. You know, young warrior, I have some news for you. And he's like, you know, he's telling things like, you know, it's easy to be a warrior. It's hard to be a warrior with dignity, you know? And that's a very important message that people have to take home, really take to heart, I think, including indigenous and black and brown people, which is that like, we have to be a warrior with dignity and a warrior with decolonized education as well. So we don't screw ourselves over, you know, as part of that. Know where we're aiming our arrows, you know, or our advanced, economic sanctions on global financial hegemon backed private equity firms like Evergrande. You know, that's what the Chinese have. They have good aim. They're like, you know, wipe that firm out that's owned by the biggest banks, $300 billion, stop them from doing House of Cards collapse like 0809 in the Western financial world in China. Chinese, they are warriors with dignity and very good aim. You know what I'm saying? You gotta study what. Really, if you want to be any kind of anything, leftist, liberator, anything, you really got to study how they operate, because it is as VJ said, I don't want struggle and go to 25 hours of meetings between the post-artists and the post-structuralists and debate endlessly Marxist-Leninists and the anarcho-prim and the anarcho this and that and blah, 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 fucking. I'm in Kerala. I'm like, I just want fucking socialism for all of India. I want socialism. I don't want to debate all day. Let's work. Let's do what works. Like let's study what works. And let's get it done. You know, and to be a warrior with dignity. Who's working? You know who's working? The indigenous people, the indigenous environmental network. These people are also working. So study the indigenous peoples and their network that have actually materially reduced carbon emissions by 25%, despite being 4% of the population of the United States. You know, you care about climate change and all these problems. Study what they're doing, and then also study the Chinese and the Vietnamese and all these other ones. And I hope one day that there's more. You know, there's gonna be more and more collaboration. I recently saw Nick Estes, an indigenous person in so-called America, that was, you know, calling, hey, you know, look what China's doing, and look at how can we learn from that. The U.S. doesn't stand a chance if the indigenous people in Turtle Island and the rest of the global South and East start working together. The U.S. and the settler colonizers and capitalism itself, I would argue, is over. It's done. If we really figure this out, because we have amazing strategies and we have the most advanced indigenous educated civilizations on Earth, in Turtle Island and in Asia and in Africa and in the Pacific. You know, not just Moana. I'm talking about, again, the most literate country, universal healthcare, electric lights, the highest development in the world before the United States. They don't stand a chance if we can all work together, you know? So we really got to figure out how to put this together. And so that's kind of in-network conversations. But study these successes. You know, we have to acknowledge these successes, number one. And you being sad, doomering out, you can't fucking study these successes, right? And just going, oh my God, all my white brothers, sisters, and employers, and bosses, and pastors, and comrades are all doing terrible, and we're a bunch of idiots, and we're all racist and diseducated. Okay, well, fucking learn from the people who are winning the goddamn fight. Stop being racist against them. And you're saying, well, you need to be nice to the failures. Don't be nice to the failures. Go, you're a failure. Your white left failed. You're a failure. White labor unions, along with Emmett Goldman, Jack London, and the Marxists in the West and East Coast, said we have to have white labor have to unify. Germanic, Celtic, and the Anglo-Saxons have more in common, and the greatest struggle is between them. They actually admitted. Marxists said, in the white organizer Marxists said, the white working class and the white capital, the greatest contradiction is between us and the Asian and the black. And we have to unite to drive out the Asian and the black from our unions and from our cities, which is what they did. And they lynched Asians and they kicked black people out of the unions. And thus, America failed again, and you will fail again until you figure out what other just less diseducated people know. And not only know, practice and win at. You know? So anyways, does that hurt? Don't get upset and then quit, rage quit. Lean into the hurt. Get more educated on this history. And then one day it will hurt less. And then you will have material conditions met in something that isn't a settler colonial genocidal fucking state. Everybody, that's the thing, is we can't coddle, you know, this can't be coddled, you know? And, you know, like, sometimes I'm being a little more diplomatic about it, but sometimes it's like, you need to rip the Band-Aid off, you know? So, anyway. So, what was I talking about? I forgot. Fucking Reservation Dogs. Yeah, Reservation Dogs. So, Reservation Dogs. Very important scene where Dallas Goldtooth, is talking to Bear. You know, this guy? He's talking to Bear and he's saying, he's an ancestor who didn't kill Custer or anyone in Little Bighorn battle. He was an indigenous, very valiant warrior who rode the horse towards Custer, and the horse tripped in a gopher hole, killing the horse and Dallas's character. But anyways, so it's a comedic show, very important show. I talk about it a lot. But when he says, like, you know, we have to, young warrior, you have nothing. You're ready to go to California. You're ready. Nothing left unresolved here. Oh, by the way, you know, I was just talking to your ancestors, and there's some colonizer. You got some colonizer in your bloodline. You know that? You know, your great grandma. You know, she smashed white people like hotcakes. You know, and it's like, oh, the kid's like, oh, shut up. It's a comedy show, but it's you know, but it's important because in that moment, you actually find, you know, like, there are indigenous people that you know, it's not blood quantum. You know, that's not what indigeneity is. Of course, like it's not a thing that I can choose. I cannot tell you exactly what that is because I'm not representing all indigenous people, but it is not. It is the blood quantum, and you have X amount of blood that happens to be of Germanic, Celtic. That whole thing that Western leftists in 1800s U.S. left organizers, kind of like the patriot left today, right? Said, which is we have more in common. It's blood. It's our blood, our race. Germanic, Celtic, Anglo-Saxon. Our race is together. The white New Yorker lawyers and owners of the Astors and Poors and the stock exchanges and the black labor that built Wall Street itself and the white owners of the restaurants and the hotels and the coal mines and the steel and the Vanderbilts. We, the white working classes, have more in common with them than with the Chinese and the black. We should exterminate them. This is what they ran on. Emma Goldman stand these people as well. So I mean, that's just, I'm sorry, that's history. That's history. You know where that came up? That didn't come up in a Western, any kind of newspaper really. That came up. I'll take that back. It did come up on the DSA. So kudos to the DSA starting to have some truth sayers show up in it. Like DJ was in the DSA hosted convention. So that's progress. At least that's progress. You have people saying true things in the DSA instead of fuck China. I'm going to go exterminate the Chinese the way that Emma Goldman supported the extermination of the Chinese in Colorado, in New York, in Washington, and in Hawaii under illegal occupation by the U.S. Empire in Honolulu, Chinatown, where my ancestors were burnt and forced into the blazes as they incinerated Chinatown on a racist pandemic lies. So anyways, so you know, that's so there's colonizers all over the place. But our blood, indigeneity is not a thing about blood quantum. That's a tool to disenfranchise indigenous people. We didn't identify your indigeneity. It's who you are, who you practice, who you are as a complete human being. You know, in the same way that the West and the IMF, the World Bank, US and Europe, they identify the neoliberal hell, they identify poverty as a dollar sign, a dollar amount. You know, $2, $1.90, whatever they define it as. This is bogus and this is bullshit, right? The Chinese have a much more, they're an indigenous civilization, number one, 56 different ethnic regions, existing in, not perfect, but in more cohesion and mutual economic, racial, ethnic, inter-ethnic, inter-religious respect internally and externally than not over time. That's why I would define the Chinese as an indigenous. They definitely are, according to even the Wikipedia definition, indigenous civilization. Vietnamese as well. But also, they don't define poverty as a dollar number, like blood quantum. X quarter blood equals Hawaiian. Half Hawaiian blood equals Hawaiian. Oh, you don't have half blood anymore? You don't have quarter? Oh, we're taking your house. That's where all the military bases and all these giant industrial products are built on. Mauna Kea, blood quantum, stolen Hawaiian land. So that the way they do their blood quantum is a racist, white, barbaric, Westerner, imperial, colonizer way of seeing the world. And then the way they do their poverty is the same thing. Oh, you're making over $1.90? You're not in poverty. 90% of America is in poverty by the Chinese definition, which is it's a holistic, dialectical, I would argue, total, based on true history and true science, which America can't even get for COVID-19 pandemic. That's why half of America believes that fucking horse tranquilizer and masks don't work and all this shit, because there's no science and history in the United States, period. When it matters. Poverty is lack of access to water, clean water. Half of America possibly doesn't have access, at least like a third, don't have access to reliable clean water in the United States. Reliable clean water. So if the water gets turned off on a regular basis, it has toxic chemicals, it's above FDA regulations, unsuitable. The Chinese eliminated that. Access to clean water, that's poverty. Lack of access to it. Lack of access to housing, poverty. Most Americans don't have access to dignified housing. It's funny because there was a study that said 1 out of 5 Chinese people homeless, but you know what the Western funded study did? They said anybody who lives a little bit too close together without enough space, like if you have 5 people living in a 3-bedroom house, that's not enough space, 5 adults or something like that, right? And there are some people that it's probably a little too close together, mostly in the most colonized parts of China historically, like Hong Kong, Shanghai, and these kind of places where there are problems, right? Or where Evergrande is, right? That's not a problem. The Chinese recognize that. That's why they're removing that problem, because they do shit about their problems, unlike the West. who exacerbate the problems. Poverty exacerbation, that's the Western scheme. Modus operandi. Poverty alleviation, that's China. So anyway, so the Western, like, you know, I forget, it was IMF. I can't remember which study it was done under, but it was like IMF, one of these fucking NGO, USAID, NED fucking funded think tanks that was like doing a study saying, well, X amount of Chinese are living too close together with not enough space. If you did the same for the United States, it's like 90% or more of the United States doesn't have enough space, doesn't have housing that isn't falling apart, is built on infrastructure that's like 100 years old and is unclean, unsafe for the water, asbestos in the house, you know, too close together. That's like all of fucking Honolulu. Like 100%, I would argue. 99%, with exception of multimillionaires on Oahu, lives in homeless housing, according to this study. So, you know, they're rejiggering that statistic. Anyway, but they should use that statistic. That's what I use. When I say America is 60 to 90% homeless people, if you define homelessness as just not enough space for a family of 4 or 5 or whatever to live without having, you know, like I lived that way, because Holly and I, we lived in a fucking Mazda Tribute. We lived in my parents' house with like 6, 8 people in them, 4 people sleeping in a bedroom with a 7 by 6 foot box, with my parents blasting CNN at 100 decibels, almost destroyed my relationship with my own family. You know, I have problems with my dad's internally colonized way, but we can be, you know, he's still my dad, and he's better than a lot of other things that it could be, you know. But even that, it was like we were just like at each other's throats all the time because they're like blasting their fucking MSNBC and CNN. I'm like, I don't want to listen to this shit at 100 decibels, and we're like living in a box, a little closet with a shoji door in front of it. Me, Holly, 2 kids. You know, that's undignified housing. That's not enough space for people to live in without causing deep risks. It's like unsanitary. Like we don't like. It was just not enough space. The house is also 100 years old, falling apart. The road's falling the fuck apart right now, right? So that should be counted, to my mind, that should be counted as homeless people, unadequately housed people, you know. But anyway, so you know, but this is the shit. So internally, so the colonized and the colonizer, but my point about that whole diatribe was that's the difference between a Western illusory bullshit definition that's weaponized, right? The poverty. What they do is they print another. They inflate the world's cost of everything. Play with the number, right? Oh, $1.90 is poverty. Oh, it's $2, but the price of everything's gone up to like $2.50. So they play with the number, like they play with the poverty number to disenfranchise the world, while saying that the Western liberal capitalist hegemony is doing awesome and good for the world. Put Bill Gates and Elon on the cover of Forbes 500 and say, look how good we're doing. Poverty alleviated. But you just move the number around and more people are in poverty, and your whole fucking country is a poverty shithole. What are you talking about, poverty alleviated? And then they play the same way they play with blood quantum, which is, oh, look at that. The Hawaiians are dying out. Indigenous people to our island, all gone, disappeared. Kill the Indian, save the mind. Save the man, breed them out. Social workers stealing children from indigenous parents, like all of Lawsu's relatives and everybody around in Turtle Island. Oh, look, they're all gone because we bred them out, because we polluted their gene. That's what they say, is that you're polluting our genes. Like the Chinese are polluting our genes in the white working class under Emma Goldman in the 1800s, right? You're polluting literally. That's the way they. I don't want to read it again because it's so gross. What people that she stands said, so-called leftists, right? Standing this white racist shit. That's why you all still working in a dump. That's why you're still failing, you know? Because you follow these people and you don't interrogate what they're all saying, and you don't fucking watch Tale of Two Rabbits video on stolen anarchism and how the West stole all of its ideas on Marxist-Leninism, anarchism, socialism, communism, straight out of indigenous cultures, in particular the Iroquois, but not exclusively. You know, they also stole a lot from the Chinese, and then they didn't give them fucking credit for it. Like the NASA white men who didn't give credit for the black women in Hidden Figures. Anyways, so when you have the reservation dogs, that quote, like, you know, you got some colonizer in you. But that doesn't mean that, okay, so Bear, now that he has X amount of white blood, okay, well, that means you're not indigenous enough. And now something. No, that's not what it is. You know, it's a way of being. It doesn't involve a dialectical addressing of one's heritage and history. You can't just go, oh, well, okay, well, if I get enough, you know, if I go, okay, well, I'm a white person who has millions of dollars worth of my family's real estate and financial investments from California, and my great-grandpa was a Confederate general or fought in the military. Dad was a British military officer in Barbados, oversaw the deaths of millions of Indians for Churchill. Uncle fucking fought in the Civil War and the Revolutionary War for slavery, and my family's all a bunch of racist capitalist colonizers and slave owners. Well, I'm a good person now. I love indigenous people. Okay, there. Now I'm not white. No, that's not how it works. That's not what it is either. It's in the same way that the Chinese look at every aspect of the poverty. Ting's very importantly, Ting's Chalk goes into this dialectical way of determining whether poverty alleviation is achieved and socialism is on the path. It's not just a dollar amount. It's not just, oh, you have X amount of blood. It's not a percentile. You know, that's the West. They love putting a number out there and then going, oh, well, that's part of the Western illusory historiography, is making up bullshit numbers and then justifying, using those bullshit numbers to justify genocide, slavery, death, exploitation, blah, 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 blah. Right? No, it's like having a material, deep analysis of, are people in poverty? In the CPC, the Chinese Communist Party, or the Communist Party of China, sends the social services workers, right? Now, America sends social workers to go commit genocide against indigenous people by stealing their children and abusing black families and just being horrible, you know, like in Neofeud. That's what happens. Now, China uses social work to actually do social work and alleviate poverty. You know, People's Liberation Army, millions and millions, tens of millions of people involved in this process. Some of them died doing this. Going to the villages, building local cadres and talking and listening. How many goats does that neighbor have? Talking to all the neighbors. Hey, is that guy, is he still in poverty, or does he have 3 goats that he's hiding? You know, they're in the networks are in the people's places. They're where the people's needs are. Impoverished, no toilets, no houses, terribly difficult to access. You know, mountainside communities. You know, just some of the most hard to reach communities. Every single person the poverty was alleviated. Sometimes they have to go, well, we can't alleviate your poverty when you live 2 hours up a treacherous cliffside that has terrible erosion, and your entire house and your village could come tumbling down into this ravine, killing everyone any moment now. You guys got to come down from that mountainside, you know? Some people don't want to do that. You know what they do? You know what they do? The Chinese so-called authoritarian tanky police don't come up and at gunpoint force everybody off the mountain. That's what places like the United States does, like taking guns and pointing them at indigenous people in Canada or in the United States, or just pointing the gun and then shooting them, like black people get killed by cops all the time, or in Honolulu, right? No, they just say, hey, please come down, and if you come down, you'll have better life quality. We have brand new houses we just built, free house for you. Americans wish they were treated as well as poor Chinese people, you know? They build you a free fucking house. Imagine being poor in America, of any color, and they build you a free house and they give you the house. Can you imagine that? No, you can't, because you live in a shithole country. But that's what they do for China. They here, free house, brand new house, air conditioned, state of the art, photovoltaic on top. You got nice new roads, everything all good, clean, free healthcare, free. We're gonna build you the water supply, brand new water supply, no pollution. Imagine if America was like, oh, your water supply is full of copper and lead and arsenic and shit like that. Anybody, white, black, indigenous, we're gonna rebuild your water supply. Done. Never happens in the United States. It will never happen, because you live in a shithole failed barbarism. That's what they do. And then they make sure that everybody is actually also, okay, you have housing, you have electricity, you have water, and they're checking in constantly on the phone. Hey, what are you doing for that family? And I don't know how to use a toilet, because I never had a toilet, because I live in super poverty with no toilets, and we were dying of cholera a generation ago. I don't know how to use a toilet. Help me. You help you use the toilet. You're in the community until the community decides the poverty is alleviated. Not you decide, oh, here's a $sign. You have $2 a day. Poverty alleviated. Thus spoketh fucking EU, the Bundesbank, and fucking NGO. Thus spaketh the empire. The WTO and the Human Rights Watch says, poverty alleviated, because you'll make it $2 a day while you live in a fucking cesspool. No, China is like, you have to actually be out of poverty with like wide, deep and analytics, holistic, dialectical analysis, non-stop of the situation. And if you do not alleviate the poverty of the village, you are in that village for the duration. You know, America makes war to blow, Giannis, China builds bridges, America blows them up. China builds poverty alleviation and communities and actual socialism, and America blows the socialism up. Because America will be down for the duration to bomb the shit out of some Asians, like Afghanis who are Asian. Afghan people are Asian. Bomb the shit out of some Iraqis who are Asian. We're down to kill some Africans, in Africa, around the Strait of Djibouti right now to stop the Belt and Road. America is in for the duration to kill some people, de-develop, and, to literally poverty exacerbate. And China's like, you are in the people's liberation for the duration until said poverty is alleviated. You're on a multi-tour war against poverty. You're not coming home from that rural area, that mountainous, treacherous ravine, until the poverty is alleviated. You there. And if you succeed over years at reducing not only poverty and material like food, housing, clothing, education, not only that, you also have to show you reduced religious strife, not chaos. America, you sow chaos, you get a fucking bonus. You get another $1 million dollars. You become World Uyghur Congress head or some shit. You cause terrorism in Xinjiang with Sybil Edmonds, FBI whistleblower. Every terrorist attack and extremist activity and disruption and chaos in Xinjiang was sponsored and funded by the United States. FBI whistleblower Sybil Edmonds, 2011. You sow chaos in America, they give you reward. You have to sow peace in China to get to complete your mission. You have to reduce Hui and Kazakh tensions, whether that's Uyghur, Han tensions, or wherever the tension is. Ethnic tensions, there's a nine separate rubric. Environmental conditions. How has the environment improved? If there's a toxic waste dump where a company is dumping waste because it's not a perfect country. You have to be dialectical. They have problems with some abuses. There's corruption. Did you undo that toxic waste dumping heavy leads and metals into that river? If you don't, you fail. And you're back in for the duration. Fix that problem. Until you alleviate that, what is America doing? Dumping the U.S. military, number one polluter. What is America doing? Number one fucking climate polluter. Number one PFAS destroyer of Okinawa and the rest of the world. Number one, everything. If you don't pollute enough, America is not going to give you any rewards. You didn't burn enough carbon and fossil fuel, U.S. military, corporation. Get back in there and burn the planet some more. In China, it's the opposite. It's a war on actual environmental destruction. It's one of the rubrics. If each, and town by town by town, by province, by district, you have to go through, stop environmental degradation, re-green, undesertify, respect indigenous culture. How are indigenous cultures being respected? That's one of the rubrics. In America, it's like, how are indigenous people being genocided? Did you go and shoot 55 degrees Celsius water at all of the indigenous people at the DAPL pipeline, spewing toxic fossil fuel into their land and water and burning the planet? Did you, the U.S. police, go murder and threaten with murder and have sick attack dogs on those indigenous people? Did you kill enough black people? Kamala Harris, did you imprison enough, colonized people? Great, you can become vice president. In China, did you alleviate from the chains of poverty enough colonized people or suffering people, indigenous people, right? It's the opposite. In America, it's like, Obama, did you drone bomb enough people? Great, you get another millions of dollars of book deals and talking at universities across the Western world, because you did a good job bombing 10 times more people with 90% innocent civilians, as Daniel Hill elucidated, than a Republican white George W. Bush. So Obama, good job. You exacerbated poverty, death, destruction, and slavery. You get a promotion. You get to be president. China, that's why when you look at Xi, you cannot, it is the height of disingenuity to go, well, Xi Jinping is the same as Biden. Not even close. You have no idea what you speak. You should stop talking immediately, and you should listen to somebody like Chow Collective, somebody who has an education on Earth. It's nobody in the West, basically. You need to shut the fuck up. You need to learn what the fuck you're talking about. The thing is, people actually get ripped off of YouTube. I don't happen to Bear 415 because doing very important education, and then the Western diseducation said we can't allow people to educate people. So I don't know what happened there, but I was like, somebody, I see people disappearing who say true things about the Earth. So I'm always worried. That's why I don't want to become super. I don't want to be telling 5,000 truths per stream to 2 million people, because I'm not going to exist on no platform once that happens. I know I'm out of here. I'm going to be gone. That's why you have to help me. Not just with Patreon and buying Neofeud. You got to help me by being brave and repeating the things that I say to your community, to your YouTube audience, to your Twitch audience, to your Discord audience, to your Twitter, well, what the fuck ever you have, your university, your leftist organizing, your union, your IWW, your anarchist, socialist, Marxist, Leninist, whatever the tendencies they are, you gotta be brave. They're gonna call you tanky. They're gonna call you fucking authoritarian, despotic, CCP shill, brainwashed Xi Jinping puppet. They're gonna call you all kind of shit. They're gonna call you like white genocide backer, because especially if you're in the white patriot left, whatever this, you're gonna be called a backer of white genocide or what shit they're gonna call you. And you have to take the hit. Not just for everyone around you and for yourself, especially if you're in a place like the US or anywhere in the West. You speak English, you're probably from the West. You understand what I'm saying? You probably have a reasonable education, even more so. By reasonable education, I mean you have no education. That's what I have. I have no education. I have the capacity to say many words and program in C# and, you know, manufacture Deus Ex grade, you know, stealth and combat AI for cyberpunk RPGs, and write science fiction novels and ghostwrite them for rich white people. I guess what I can do. And I can be a William Gibson whisperer. But part of that is being diseducated. And am I saying William Gibson's diseducated? He's part of that system. He's part of that system. I read his most recent book, and he does too much standing of the CIA. It makes me kind of sad, but normal though, because he's a New York Times bestseller at the top of that list. And if you write science fiction novels, you're also writing for diseducated imperial tools, like people who read the New York Times bestseller list, who have liberal arts educations. And anyways, so you gotta listen to, you gotta like learn this stuff. You gotta like be honest about these places. And that's the real difference. So what is decolonization? It's not just, oh, well, I feel indigenous today, I feel white. No, that's not what it is. It's not blood quantum. Oh, well, my mommy and daddy have 90%, you know, I have a 64th Indian, or I have 3/4 Choctaw, or what. I have, in my ancestry, there was somebody who was Choctaw. In my great-great-great-grandma, I think, was Choctaw, which is not Cherokee, which is, we all thought it was Cherokee for a long time, but we learned it's not. Part of it is because everybody just says they're Cherokee, because that's racist, ahistorical America, who want to air out their indigeneity when it benefits them and put it back in the closet like a fucking card, like a queen of aces, like, oh, here, like a queen of spades. Oh, look at that. I'm a black person now because I have a little black in my blood, because I'm a Black Lives Matter, and I can talk now because I'm a black. Or I'm a no-follower account that I made up, and it's an indigenous person or a black person, but it's actually a white academic. Like, there's a literal white lady who gaslit 2,000 plus people with a fake indigenous account for like over a year, and I put it back in my pocket when I'm at the, you know, UN meeting, or I'm at the White Patriot Club, and I take it out again and I put it back in my pocket. I have an aunt who does that all the time. She's like, she trots out her exotic Asianness when it's convenient and sexy for her to do that around liberals. And when she's with her Republican husbands and ex-husbands who she made billions of dollars and millions of dollars worth of tech stock and, you know, career from, she puts it back in and she goes, oh, I'm a white racist lady. And then she's an exotic Asian, then she's a white racist lady. She's the quantum Westerner, you know. So that's the American, the ultimate actor, the ultimate liar. Better than the Europeans, you know. The American has no history. The Europeans have bullshit history, but Americans can make up whatever they want every second of the day. That's why they're the American COVID, you know, it's the Western brain virus strain, you know, A2465. The American virus is much more, its mutational ability excels beyond the cultural virus of the Western European, right? Because it can change who it is at any second. The European, Louis has to be Louis at every second of every day. Louis the 14th. Very powerful, but can't become Louis, and then he can't become, oh, an exotic Asian person, and then flip back into something else the next moment, you know? And also, it doesn't look as good in 1970 to be a feudal monarchy. That's why it's kind of in the background now, but we still have them, but we're in the background because it's embarrassing now. Less embarrassing in the 1700s. Now it's embarrassing. That's all the reason why America is surpassing Europe, and Europe is now kissing America's ass, doing imperialism for America, licking America's boots, military boots in Germany, because Europe is the alpha variant of brain COVID. US is the delta. You know, it's more advanced, and it's surpassing. It's a shadow throne of $100 bills stacked to the height of stadiums, and constant quantum ethnicity, quantum reinvention, you know, of myself, like Great Gatsbying every moment of the day, whatever is hottest tonight. Now we're Obama. Now we're a free country. Now we're Western liberal democracy. Actually, I'm talking to Republicans. Oh, well, we're all a white racist country. Oh, now we're this. Oh, Biden coming out one day saying, hey, everybody, we're bringing peace and prosperity, and America's not at war. Okay, let's fight 25 more wars in Africa and Syria and the Cold War in China, right? That's the American. The American is capable of lying like 75,000 times faster than the European. That's the advanced American capitalism, Western barbarism virus. So you see why they're so successful, you know? And Europe is over there going, fuck, you know? I'm in my Gothic castle, having my absinthe with Byron, reminiscing about the great days when all the feudal peasants were still peasanting about this failed alpha variant of Westernism and bringing me my tea, and I had my crumpets and served, and all the Downton Abbey butlers and maids are, you know, like just genuflecting before my, you know, 25-carat diamond crowns, and you know, there's like having absinthe and writing poetry. That's why Britain is too busy reading. They read a lot because they're a failed has-been, you know, monarchy. They're always reading a lot in Europe. Fake history about how good they were. They were never good. They were terrible. Stole everything from China, including their constitutions and their ideas of Hobbesian Leviathan that they didn't properly copy, which is meritocracy. They are all failures, but they like to read about fictional versions of who they were. And that's the difference between Britain and America. That's why they still literate, because they still read bullshit history about who they are. Great British civilization, lamenting their fault. And then that's why they write BBC articles, because 54% of America can't read at a junior high level. Anyways, it's late in the day. It's 1:47. When I start throwing shit at Europeans, you know, I like to end on that because I like to take the entire Western world out from the front to back, from space hegemony and bullshit versions of the Expanse, you know, space future Western barbarism to present America-led military-industrial neoliberal quantitative easing infinity barbarism to Western European and European generally feudal Roman Catholic and Protestant barbarism, dragoon barbarism, all the way back to the Roman barbarism, the original barbarism, you know, the original barbarism. And you know, I think, you know, to go all the way back to the Roman, I'm gonna end today with one of my favorite based ass people on earth. His name is Vincent Diesel. No, it's we're gonna talk about Riddick is coming out. Riddick 2 is coming. And I'm really looking forward to this. Not Riddick 2. The next Riddick, Furia, is coming. And to take it all the way back to the Roman barbarians. Let's see, where is it? We're gonna take it all the way back to space Rome, which is what Riddick is about. Because I haven't talked about this in a while. And also apparently Riddick is, yeah, here he goes. Yeah. So, you know, Holly has informed me that Riddick Furia is coming. You know what I'm saying? I should do a whole fucking stream just on Riddick Furia. But Riddick Furia is coming apparently. Vin Diesel teases Chronicles of Riddick 4, closer than you think. And Vin Diesel, one of the few actually good show, game, anti-imperialist, anti-racism, anti-police, anti-prison, anti-military fucking based ass. Quietly, you have to pay very close attention, you know. But you know the movies are doing a lot of things actually. If you look very closely, past the popcorn munching and all the action and all the pec flexing. Vin Diesel takes to Instagram to suggest his long-awaited return as a sci-fi anti-hero. Riddick may not be as far off as people think. Actor Vin Diesel has taken to social media to suggest that Furia, the fourth film in the Chronicles of Riddick saga, may not be too far off, based on the character created by screenwriting Drew and brothers Ken and Jim Wheat. Diesel made his debut as the gruff sci-fi anti-hero Riddick in 2000's Pitch Black. Despite working with a modest budget and opening to mixed reviews, this film's subsequent release on home media turned it into a cult sensation that would go to spawn 2 sequels as well as a video game series. I have played the video game series. I replayed it recently. One of the few video games that I actually played all the way through was Chronicles of Riddick Butcher's Bay. Highly recommended. You know, I don't recommend a lot of games where you go and take high caliber automatic rifles and shoot through people's heads and take knives and cut people up and like stealth around the room and drop from the ceiling and like contort people's heads off while saying shit like family. But Chronicles of Riddick Butcher's Bay is one that I can recommend because you're fighting the space police and the space prisoners, and
and it's a very based game. So anyway, that's I know I was shouting this out like 3-4 months ago, but I'm gonna shout it out again because it's every 3 or 4 months you gotta bust your diesel back out, you know, and you have to give credit to where credit is due. So anyways, despite working with a modest budget and opening to mixed reviews, the film anyways, as early as 2014, Diesel announced that Universal Studios was looking to produce a 4th film in the Riddick franchise. They would be aiming for an R rating. Okay, anyways, I'm not gonna read this whole thing, but Riddick Furia is coming apparently. Furia may be closer than you think, so that's pretty good. But you know, what are you talking about? Vin Diesel based? That's just some random, you know, fucking American muscle car driver, you know, making Jurassic Furious and Fast and Park or whatever, you know, the American, you know, movie industry wants to put out, because they're talking about merging Jurassic Park and Fast and Furious. So I want to see Vin Diesel like going at 200 miles an hour with like maybe like they had a rocket ship on the back of a Ferrari or something. I want to see like a Ferrari or a Shelby with a rocket ship going up a Brontosaurus back and then getting air, like 2 million miles of air, like get all the way to Mars and stop Jeff Bezos' terrible Expanse shows about rebranding colonialism and not dealing with global capitalism as we get to space, and taking all the mega corporation criticism out of season 4 and 5. So I want Vin Diesel to take a super air, get to space, like outer space, like because in Fast and Furious 9 they actually get to space, but it's only like orbit, right? There's a little fucking car in orbit with a rocket ship tied to its back, and the International Space Station is like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? What the hell is that retro car doing floating around in space? But you got to get all the way to like Mars and decolonize Mars from this terrible Western hegemonic bullshit Expanse nonsense, okay? And all the terrible George Clooney movies where he's sad boy on Io. So Chinese, this is not what I'm talking about. So that's what I want to see for Riddick, for Fast and Furious, Fast and Park, or Jurassic Furious, however you cross those. And also I want to see Fast and Furion. So have like Riddick, like with like 2 like communist symbol on one and like revolutionary, you know, Furion indigenous decolonization on the other knife, right? And he's like driving up like a Chinese made, because they're the only people who can make cars, because America's all falling apart because they can't make shit anymore, because they have no semiconductors, and also they pay the working classes enough to all die from opioid overdoses. So Fury is like driving up this like fucking like, you know, giant like crematoria ramp, you know, into space, and then like takes the knives out and like stabs the head of the Roman and / American, the necromonger's general in the head, right? And then just like beats the shit out of the entire Roman Empire with international, interstellar, Milky Way wide revolution based on decolonization of all the colonized planets of the Milky Way galaxy. You know what I'm saying? And then he just like leads with like communism on his fucking Furion blade and just like tears through the like half of the goddamn military, the U.S. U.S. military, and then the prison guards and the police that are all the internal military all get their asses kicked with this huge revolutionary fight. You know, if you don't do it, I'm gonna do it in Neofeud too. So you better do it before I do it. Otherwise, people are gonna say that you ripped me off. Anyways, the Riddick universe is better than Mass Effect. Mass Effect, which they're talking about remaking, because Mass Effect is about space police and the space U.S. military. It's about shoring up the image of imperialism, which is what the Nazis are about. It's about the U.S. military and Hollywood, Hollywood works for the military, getting in claws into the gaming industry and then making it all about recruiting. So that today, the U.S. military, through Call of Duty, Call of Colonialism, Battlefield 2042, World War III, all these terrible military industrial complex propaganda games, open world empire games, is the #1 recruiting tool. Is they go straight. The U.S. Army has a trailer that has scorpion chairs and all the most advanced stuff, and they playing with young kids, you know, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16-year-old kids, talking about, wouldn't you love to do this in real life? And they have like the military esports, the #1 recruiting tool. And they, for the first time, the U.S. Air Force has met its recruiting target to blow up the entire world and cause World War III by starting a nuclear war with China and bombing the Middle East some more, etc. You know how they met the target? With giant AAA military simulator video games. Video games, #1 recruiting tool. Chinese figuring this shit out. You know, they know what they're doing, you know? No more than 3 hours a week playing these games. The U.S. military and the U.S. empire is in your brain, you know? This is how they're getting all of America to keep killing themselves, because you're never going to have a fucking healthcare, housing, or anything as long as the military keeps recruiting and making its fucking targets.
And the AAA games, #1 vector for this. On top of it being a terrible, abusive industry that doesn't pay artists, writers, programmers, musicians, and voice actors enough to exist. You know, ask Jim Stephanie Sterling about that, or Commander Stephanie Sterling. I forget where it is now. But anyway, the Riddick universe is better because it centers the space prisoners and craps on the space slave catchers, the police, and the space royal police / the space U.S. military, the necromongers. A lot of the thumbs down on the Chronicles of Riddick is because the West is full of racist cop and U.S. military stands, like all the patriot left, that didn't like sympathetic people of color and prisoners and Muslims coexisting peacefully with other religions in the space Middle East, which is where Riddick is set. New Mecca is a planet light years from Earth that is majority black and Muslim or non-white, but has peaceful coexistence between Muslims. They have mosques, they have Christian churches, they have Jewish synagogue, they have all religions. Majority black and Muslim, very important. Similar to Palestine before settler colonial U.S. empire started doing settler colonial projects over there with its little friend in the Middle East, right? Its little Trojan horse in the Middle East, its little mechanism to stop incursion and stop the greater plan, the Grand Brzezinski chessboard, from reuniting indigenous Silk Roads of Africa and Asia. But anyways, space Middle East is centered, and people of color and Muslims and black Muslim is the most sympathetic character in the entire universe of Riddick. Riddick himself says that was the best man I ever knew was a black Muslim in a space Middle East when the U.S. was demonizing them to make war in the noughties, right? The beginning of the Forever Wars. Afghanistan, not over actually, right? Ground troops out, over the horizon, drone strikes, military support still happening there. They're still bombing people, killing people there. But that whole Forever War, the $21 trillion worth of money spent on useless war, that's why you can't have all the healthcare, housing, and basic needs met, was run initially on anti-Muslim racism, right? And so this film, Riddick and Pitch Black and the series and the games were made in a time of the height of the manufacturing of consent through demonization of Muslims. You could say towelhead, san N-word. That was a word you heard from senators and congressmen openly saying that all over the place. We have to go back. We have to get revenge. We have to get blood. We have to kill them. Many young, even Mike Preisner of Eyes Left said, I was whipped up into a frenzy by, we have to defend our country. We have to defend our country. Berletti, who was on Daniel Dunbar's stream, said, I was whipped up into a frenzy after 9/11, which if you knew history, you would know that Bin Laden, Al-Qaeda, like the Taliban, were manufactured by the U.S. Actual war, which is a 500-year colonizer-colonized Cold War, and the war, social communism, capitalism war for 500 years. And if you knew, but no American had history, so all they see is somebody blew up a tower, they were brown, I'm gonna blow them up now. Mass U.S. enlistment. It was great. Al-Qaeda made by the United States, right? Totally manufactured everyone to go into these horrendous, disastrous war on the back of anti-Muslim racism. Anyways, Helion is home to many people of many cultures, and we managed to coexist in peace, united by purity of spirit. Imam, one of the most likable characters in Riddick, a black Muslim, kind of like coexistence before the U.S. back intervention in Palestine. So again, Sam Keith plays this character who is, again, the most sympathetic and likable character in the entire universe. Very important. You know what? You know what? Batman. The Justice League director Zack Snyder was doing at this time. He was demonizing Muslims. He was demonizing Muslims in George Romero remakes. Dawn of the Dead remakes. You know what he did? You know what Zack Snyder was doing? He had zombies, right? And then he had Muslims. He had the zombies coming for American suburban police and military, right? Patriot Americans, all the patriot left, patriot defenders of freedom and justice. American, and there were some black police as well, because you can join the military and be black. Great, that's how most of the stormtroopers disproportionately non-white. But the U.S. police and military coming, defending the suburbs of America, from the zombies. Hordes of zombies, these dark people coming in, and they interspiced Zack Snyder in his remake of the zombie movie, interspliced footage of Muslims doing their daily prayers with footage of zombies. go back and you watch that bit of it. Michael Saba has a great show about this. In sending this message that the United States is justified in defending itself from the hordes of killer, mindless, brainless Muslims. Not like we're over there doing, as Sybil Edmonds admitted, all the chaos and the terrorist attacks in Xinjiang, made and funded and created by us. For at one point against Russia and against China, now especially against China, but everything we're doing in there, created by us, created by the military-industrial complex to sell weapons to all the sides fighting these endless wars. Created by our own horrible, abusive colonial policies causing poverty, death, and destruction and bombing in these countries, right? And then Zack Snyder manufactured consent for this with Dawn of the Dead. And at the same time that, Vin Diesel was making a show painting Muslims and in a very positive and peaceful and coexisting light. Because why? Because I don't know why. Vin Diesel probably read a True Thing sometime. That's probably why. I don't know. But it's very much overlooked. It had a lot of revolutionary people like around him for a long period of time. But anyway, it doesn't matter why and how and who and what influenced it. But that's what's in these movies. But anyways, then the space Roman U.S. Empire launches an airstrike and slaughters everyone in peaceful coexisting Black, Muslim, Asians. Because you know who's in Iraq and Syria, and you know who's people in Afghanistan. You know who they're? They're Asians. Black, Asian, Muslim, Christian, Jewish, coexisting with mutual respect of religion. That's very important. Religion, and because the necromongers are anti-religious freedom, right? Peaceful coexistence in religion, in culture, not fighting wars, prosper. I would argue, it's like as indigenous people have prospering in mutual coexistence, like China, with Muslim Uyghurs who are doing better in education, in housing, in quality of life, in COVID-19 statistics than the average Chinese, coexisting with each other. And then who shows up? The Roman U.S. Empire launches a airstrike and slaughters everyone for resources, Riddick's planet, and people before being dumped in the prison system. That's why Riddick is constantly trying to escape from crematoria, Butcher's Bay. He's a non-white person whose entire people were genocided, like indigenous people in Turtle Island, like many African peoples, like peoples genocided in Asia and Korea and Vietnam, bombed into the Stone Age, etc. He's the last survivor of the Furian people, who's then being thrown into prison all the time. Like, I don't know, internally colonized Black people in the United States. So anyways, Riddick's planet and people, before they dump him in prison, what they do is they show up on the planet, neocon to the max. It's Western to the max. Join the necromonger religion and pillage with us or you die. It's very Roman. You join the Roman Empire, you join us, you kill for us, or you die. And you can be whoever you're from, but you join us and you kill for us. You put the Roman armor on, you take up your Roman gun, AR-15 or your Roman phalanx spear, you take up your Roman gladius, and you fight for us, or you die. You will do what we say, period. You want to see what we do? We lynch them with artisanal lynching. Rectilineal bits of 6-foot tall planks stretched up and down and then vertical and then horizontally. It's called a cross. It's called a crucifix. The crucifix is a sign of empire. It's a very important. Is there another very important? Tying this back into Reservation Dogs. There's a scene in Reservation Dogs where Dallas Goldtooth is eating the host in a Catholic church, or in a church. I'm not sure if it's Catholic, but it's a church. Dallas Reservation Dogs. What is it? Is it Catholic church? Because Anglican Catholic, they look similar, but it's a Catholic church. And and there's this scene where Dallas Goldtooth, indigenous ancestor of the indigenous main character, one of the main characters of this show. I don't know if I can find it. Dogs ancestor church. I'm sure I can find it. He's in the church, right? The church scene. Where the fuck is it? He's in the church. This guy, right? Eating host next to a Jesus life-size crucifix, right? In the Catholic church with all the candles and everybody's in the church. They're in the church because it's the one place that has a tornado-proof basement. And Dallas's character is in the church eating the host, and he's like, me and Jesus, we have a lot in common. We're both young brown men, cut down in the prime of their life. I would add cut down by star-spangled oligarchic Western empires. That was Jesus, right? Cut down by the Roman Empire, right? Standing up for, trying to stand up for his native people under the colonization. And Dallas Goldtooth's character, an indigenous person, cut down in the battle against the white American colonizers, European colonizers, in the prime of his life against an empire. Anyway, that was just, I just thought that was interesting. But I remember thinking that, like, while I was watching, I was like, oh yeah, that is what Jesus is, though, But we can't address that because America needs white. But then there's multiple references. Sup, white Jesus? There's like a picture of a Jesus with the blue eyes, blonde hair on the wall, and they're like, sup, white Jesus? And then he's like just eating the host. He's like, body of Christ. He's just like eating the host. Yeah, me and Jesus are pals. We're like this. Sup, white Jesus? He's like, why is all the Jesuses white Jesuses? Because Jesus wasn't white. Anyways, then Space Realm and U.S. Empire launches an airstrike and slaughters everyone. So either you join our religion, which is a death cult, right? You join our way, which is there's a great underverse afterlife, and if you die valiantly fighting for us, purifying the world, right? Then you can be rewarded with a beautiful paradise with beautiful fountains and rivers, and it's unclear exactly, but just whatever good things you think about, you'll be rewarded in the afterlife. It's very Christian, neocon, death cultist, it's very American. It's very Western, I would argue, right? More Protestant characteristics in the neocons are more Protestant, but Louis XIV, similar, right? And now you will join us, Huguenots, in France, or we will force soldiers into your household. That's very, the Constitution. There's that right in the Constitution, right? The government shall at no time allow soldiers to be quartered in the household of the citizen, right? The reason why they put that in there is because of what the French did against the Protestants in Europe. Anyways, so like join the Necromonger religion and pillage with us or you die, kind of like colonized POC and overrepresented in the US military. This is the Necromongers. This is like America bombing Afghanistan. I'm sorry, this is Necromongers bombing New Mecca. Because that's what they do. The only thing you need is you just need a military industrial complex making tons of money and Wall Street trading on the price of Lockheed Martin stock going to 900%. That's what it's the only thing you need. Then it's basically America, kind of like the for-profit war. But you look at the armor. That's what I like about Riddick. It's Roman coded armor with American coded weapons. See, Riddick only uses knives. He mostly uses stealth, really. But the actual bad guys in this show, like, this never happens. I just watched Street Fighter. It's all about America and AUKUS. Cammy is Australia palling up with the American Eagle to go invade a tarred image of an Asian country resisting U.S. hegemony. That's what the movie Street Fighter is. It's an entertaining, cheesy romp, but it's also Guile, the U.S. military, leading the Australian and Japanese alliance with the Quad to go destroy Asian countries to enforce global capitalist Western hegemony. It's basically that's what Street Fighter is. But and most movies are like that. Almost every Western movie is like that. Now this is a movie where the actual bad guys are coded like the actual bad guys. Who is who? The Westerners in America, who are showing the fuck up and killing everyone, taking all their shit through time. Like colonizers do, you know what I'm saying? So that's why it's Riddick. That's why people didn't like Riddick. I would argue the thumbs down is because it codes the bad guys, what people who are doing the disproportionate amount of violence, murder, and killing, right? The way that it is on Earth, which is the U.S. military, and the U.S. police, and the U.S. generally, as opposed to the way that the disinformational Western Hollywood consent manufacturing complex does. And the entire Western world, not just Hollywood, but all of it, education and edutainment, because all of college is edutainment and all of public school is edutainment. It's not really education. Otherwise, you would know this, and it wouldn't be a surprise, and people wouldn't be freaked out when they see the U.S. and Western coded people showing up and killing people. But I would argue they hate it because Vin is not a white guy. He's not like what was expected in that time, and he's not only not a white guy. The U.S. type civilizations, Western civilizations, are coded the way they actually are, which is as the barbarians, as the murderers, as the killers, as the colonizers, who they actually are. And the Muslim and the non-white and the Asians are coded as peaceful coexisting people trying to fucking survive, getting killed, just as the U.S. for-profit war bombing, genocide, exploitation of resources in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine, that the U.S. and allies continue to disproportionately engage in against Muslims. This is reality. This is reality. You know, but the West can never face this. They are airbrushing Afghanistan as we speak. Oh, it was just a mistake, and America went in with the best of intentions. There will never be any honesty in the Western world. Otherwise, there won't be a fucking Western world anymore, you know? And there definitely won't be a U.S. if people accepted who they actually are as so-called patriots, as murderers of Earth. In contrast, 300 glorified Western white hyper-militarized society fighting for freedom despite being a fascist monoculture of soldiers and wives. As fundamentally virtuous and good versus gender-fluid, non-white Middle Eastern peoples as fundamentally evil and corrupting. Again, Zack Snyder, same guy who put the zombies as the hordes of evil Muslims coming for the nice white and sometimes black, but definitely cops and military, defenders of goodness. Same director made 300, which is about, again, demonizing the East, demonizing Persians, demonizing Muslims, and also anti-gay. He literally said, this is a homophobic movie. That's what Zack Snyder said. Imagine a giant gay man coming for a young white 20-year-old, and that's the most terrifying thing. It's the whole like gay men are coming to get all the white guys. You know, this it's like similar to the white genocide, the fear of all the black and the brown people are gonna get genocide us all. All the gay people are just gonna come and hurt us all because, you know what it is? It's because that's the patriarchal, toxic masculine violence being projected onto the queer community. That's what that is. And even better, the queer Asian community. And even better, the queer Asian Muslim community, which is what Zack Snyder admitted to doing. By the way, he directed Batman and all this terrible all these movies that are not very good. Anyways, Snyder's film helped foment anti-immigrant Islamophobia. They're super ableist, by the way. They literally celebrate the Romans killing babies because they have any disfigurement, anything that isn't a perfect Roman male, slaughtered. They show it on screen. There's a disfigured Persian, like degenerate, disfigured Persian. That's the way they're described in the movie. Could have been a show where the Romans, like, they show sympatheticness and the degeneracy of their disabledness, right, is described as reflecting the degeneracy of the morality of that disabled person. Kind of, the character looks kind of like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. It looks like a, somebody who doesn't look like a perfect platonic ideal, and I mean Plato, because he was a fascist empire backer. And that disabled person in 300 is shown not only, it could have been like, well, what if they redeem him and he like shows, no, he's not just because he has disability and he doesn't look the way that the Romans want him to look. His body is different, he still doesn't mean he's evil inside. But you know what Zack Snyder does? He shows that being disfigured outside disfigures you genetically and morally. So he doubles down on that Emma Goldman-backed eugenicist lie that the toxicity and the debasement of the Asian genetic and Asian morality. This is something that I don't want to read the whole thing, but that's basically what he said. The infusion of the blood of these degenerate races of the Chinese and the Asians is debasing the great Celtic, Germanic, and Anglo-Saxon race. That was Marxist-Leninist. That was Marxist, leftist, and union organizer speech. So Zack Snyder is just continuing in this tradition of eugenicist, anti-Asian racism, and the corruption and the ableism of saying, well, your corrupt, disfigured body, your disfigured genetics reflects a disfigured internal morality, and you deserve to die. That's what Zack Snyder ends in. Go watch that movie again. People who are, you love your Zack. I don't know why this guy is just full out fascist, full out eugenicist. There's a point where it could have been redeemed, and he just says no. The disfigured person betrays the Romans, has no morals whatsoever, sells everyone out, and is a terrible person, along with the gay, brown, Asian, or gay queer-coded Asian, and that's this movie, which did a great job to manufacture patriotic consent for the war in Iraq, Afghanistan, and the forever wars that are burning all your money. But again, America cares more about it will starve, it will die from treatable, colon cancer with no chemotherapy. It will die in a ghetto, impoverished, as long as it's a white ghetto. It will die on its racism. It's dying on its racism right now. It will choose to live in abject squalor as it's choosing right now. White America will kill itself before it ever stops being racist. This is what it was founded on, you know? This is what it was founded on. You have to interrogate that. You don't interrogate that, you don't know what, you're never gonna move, you know? I mean, you're gonna keep suffering. Snyder's film fomented anti-immigrant Islamophobia that Trump later ran on. Not only did it manufacture consent for war in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, countless other countries that, across the Middle East, and also its expansions into Africa and shadow wars we don't even know about, because you can just start wars by presidential, military-industrial complex head says, hey, I need to start a war here. President, executive order, you don't need congressional declaration. It's not even a country. It's not even pretending to be a country anymore. It's just a military-industrial fucking murder escape with some kind of Capitol Hill Greco-Roman fluted columns attached that get paid off to pretend like there's some kind of country there. There's no country left in the United States. It's like a landfill with a product belt on called the Beltway, and Michael Bloomberg's friends in Wall Street and Silicon Valley, and anyways, Snyder's film helped manufacture consent for this and Islamophobia that Trump ran on. He said, Muslims, 7-country Muslim ban. The Muslims are sending terrorists and killers. We got to stop this. And his anti-Hispanicness, the murderers and rapists coming across the border, terrorizing nice white children and women. You gotta stop this, like a bunch of bullshit. There's what I say about Hawaiians too around here. Like, the Hawaiians are causing all the disappearing children and all the disappearing women, when it's, who it is, the military-industrial complex, and it's a white racists that are doing all the human trafficking in the RIMPAC. And then they blame it on people on the Big Island, and then people on the Big Island believe this shit because they're diseducated, and that's a normal thing to be in a Western world that's blasting nonsense into your ears all day long. And and thinking that rote education and just forcing kids to spell and sound out every single letter at the age when it's shown that scientifically that you can wait till kids can catch up at 12, and making them pissed off and turned off to reading and writing by doing rote like military style, forcing kids to write exactly the way that you want them to do it, at the time that you want them to do it, on the schedule that you want them to do it, like in schools like private Hawaii schools and public schools. And that's a great way to educate kids. Actually, not a good way to educate kids, even by capitalist Western studies. But we keep doing that because we need to train future good workers in offices, good cogs in the assembly lines, good Amazon package movers for all of the tyranny takers from abusive bosses. And that's why we keep training kids to be good soldiers, by training them in school to just sit there and write the letters down and do it exactly how I want right now when I feel like it, and not like actually organically respecting them as human beings and educating them the way that the indigenous ancient Hawaiians actually did, which is a lot more fluid and a lot more moving where the kids are going at the speed that the kids are going at, and and a lot more and in trying to help their creativity blossom, and not just creating future trigger pullers for the empire and Excel spreadsheet trigger pullers for the neo-colonial branch of the empire to jack the price of rice up to $100 a grain in North Africa, for example. Anyways, so Snyder's film helped to instill this anti-immigrant Islamophobia, and that's what the $21 trillion was backed on. That's what Trump ran on, and Trump will win again. He's gonna win again. Make no mistake about it. Another Trump is coming. The patriot, Mike Pompeo, is saying he's afraid of far-right U.S. coups. Mike Pompeo, Trump's fucking State Department, a total ghoul, who said we lie, cheat, and steal. We had entire training programs at the CIA fucking A. Republican neocon saying I'm afraid of these fucking right-wing coups. You're gonna have them. The time to be doing the important decolonial internal examining of racism, internal examining of your bullshit ways of educating your own children in schools, the history that is being poisoned into their brains, your relationships, your patriarchal parents and grandparents who were abused as soldiers in the World War IIs, in the Vietnam Wars, who come home and abuse their families and abuse you, and then you perpetuate that, has to be addressed. Not talk about it and just abuse, and not go to therapy, just come home and abuse your family, and then end up committing suicide 4 times more likely and killing your family more times at a higher rate. That all has to be examined. Why is that? Why are you a family of killers and abusers and toxic people, and all your workplaces are full of toxic people, And why is Trump keep getting elected? Because you're a racist country. Not because white people are sad and they're just, you have to be cowed. No, these people are grown-up people. They're just fucking racist, backward, diseducated. They have to be educated. It's gonna hurt a lot. It's gonna hurt a lot. The whiter you are, the more it's gonna hurt. You hurt faster as you learn how to not be a toxic, shitty, racist, military fucking standard attention abuser of the boot camp future soldiers that are gonna go kill innocent people for the US military, because that's all you do. You have to address that. Your military, if you're in the military, you need to quit immediately. The only thing you're gonna do is make nuclear war on China and end the Earth. That's what you're gonna do. In the Navy, I don't care where the fuck you are, you should quit instantly. What are you even doing? You're listening to the stream. Get off and start writing up your whatever your less than honorable discharge is gonna end up looking like. You fucking work on that immediately. What are you wasting your time? You're working for the Empire. You are what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, it's not metaphorically. No, you literally are necromongers. You're a stormtrooper. Period. Get the fuck out. Your parents are terrible people if they're still in there. Your great-grandfather fought in World War II, was a terrible fucking person. He's a murderer. He's a killer. He fought on the side of fascism. If America had any good people, they went to the fucking communist side and fought for the goddamn the side that fascists were actually fucking killing. Not parachuting into fucking at the last second to airbrush America's image, saving the fucking world, getting a cut of whiteness like fucking Daniel fucking Inouye and other Hawaiians who showed up and got a cut of white Hawaiianness as coconut. But that hurts. Yeah, I know that hurt. That, you know, I have relatives that fucking fought in multiple wars. They're all terrible fucking people, and they got a good cut when they came back, and they murdered a bunch of people, and they're terrible fucking ancestors of mine. Japanese imperialists and American imperialists. I got one right now. I'm thinking of her right now. G13 makes several $100,000 a year, blowing up the sunshine in Afghanistan. I got a cousin right now, sailing off of Dubai, having fucking Bitcoin cryptocurrency parties with Nicki Minaj and fucking Beyonce dancing in Tokyo, and then going to blowing up the sunshine in fucking Afghanistan with a naval ship that I can't really say too much about it. But let's just say he's a terrible person, and he should quit instantly. He's not listening to this, but yeah, you're a murderer. Period. Snyder's film helped foment oh, is it hurt? Is it hurt? I don't care. Nobody fucking cares because the Earth is gonna die. Snyder's film helped foment if you don't quit immediately. Snyder's film helped foment anti-immigrant Islamophobia that Trump later ran on and manufactured consent for war on terror and the $21 trillion Muslim hordes. Where is it? You know, this is not in a parallel universe. This is not a video game. This is Earth, and this is reality. The U.S. is rebranding the Fallujah crimes in Call of Duty video games. It's rewriting what it did. It's war crimes in the Middle East as Russian. I'm waiting for Chinese war crimes. It's just rewriting history. I mean, literally just rewriting history in the games as we speak. Stop playing these games. Stop playing Call of Colonialism. It's disgusting. Stop working for the AAA company. Quit immediately. Work with Taika Waititi and Vin Diesel to make a fucking better video game that tells the truth about fucking history, because these games sure the fucking doing it. They're recruiting the Air Force. Let me say that again. The Air Force that is going to destroy everything on Earth and is going to, at minimum, take 60% of your discretionary spending and blow it in the military instead of health, housing, food, and healthcare will be met. The Air Force is met by these video games, by this manufacturing of consent, and there's no two ways about it. No, and not like, oh, well, I fought valiantly in the military and I didn't know. Now you know. Quit. Base Riddick stuff. I was thinking of playing some Escape from Butcher Bay. Anyway, this is a thread from a while back. So, you know, you should really consider, checking it out, because, you know, I don't look back. Like, I still like Deus Ex, but all these games have, none of these are perfect games. But when I speak of The Expanse as, you know, it's not bad. It's not a bad movie. But when I was speaking, like, in the introduction of The Expanse as a show that is made, you know, it's made by Amazon, and it glosses over the need to undo global capitalism and colonialism, and it just kind of pretends like we live in this neoliberal, Hillary Clinton-esque future. Doesn't really deal with the colonialism. Is starting to really make the global South in space look like terrible. You know, it's making the global South look like a bunch of jihadists. It's like doing space Mass Effect again. You know, it's making the U.S. powers that are like code for American powers. Ultimately, it doesn't really talk about what exactly happened, but it's very America-like powers. America is Mars, the military-industrial complex, and Earth is like DC and Wall Street. and it just kind of fuses them together, and then the inners, and the outer, the belters. But the belters are sympathetic sometimes, but also like violent, self-destructive, and now they're gonna be terrible by causing terrorist attacks, and we have to like work together to fight the space war. And all the corporate criticism in the beginning of the show, which a lot of it was Chinese corporations, by the way, because that's Jeff Bezos and white Western writers, right? And Gusano writers from India writing fucking shitty space colonial shows. That's all they do, because they're writing for white Western diseducated audiences to eat up and pretend to not address the current contradictions of Earth, right? Julie Mao is this descendant of the authoritarian Xi Jinping, evil corporate dictator, blah, 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 because Canada's racist and kidnapped Meng Wanzhou. And only recently gave it up because Canada is can't get away with its colonialism anymore. But it can still make terrible shows for Amazon, like this one. So, you know, you can watch it. I'm just saying, like, the politics are terrible. I will say exactly the same thing about Captain America, all the Infinity Wars, all the Marvel movies, all the Disney movies. It's all terrible. And this is not a perfect show, but it's honest. You know, about this police, who the space police are, and the Earth police, and the military, white racist cops, you know, putting people of color in prison to do manufacturing of Whole Foods vegan and non-vegan cheese for 25 cents a fucking hour. Or, I don't know, breaking space rocks for corporate mining colonies in crematoria, which is what Vin Diesel does in Riddick Butcher's Bay. So it's just being honest. Again, I want truth in not just like streams, mainstream and social media. I want to see more truth in entertainment, which is, I would argue, even more impactful and more deeply enlarging of education into people's minds than just non-fictional, like, you know, information and news and even history books. Movies do so much. That's why I made video games that are trying to do anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist, anti-racist stuff. I don't put that on the label on Steam, but that's what I'm trying to do with Neofeud and Neofeud 2, right? And so that's why I'm gonna shout, because this doesn't happen often. But part of that is, I think it has to do something with Vin spending a lot of time outside of the United States, being a non-white person abused by racialized capitalism in the United States, in New York, couldn't get any parts because he was too black to play white characters, too white to play black characters, which is what Hollywood said, you know. And he, by pure chance, his voice was interesting to white guy Hollywood darling Steven Spielberg, who put him in a movie, who got him enough clout to make Fast and Furious, and then got him enough to make other things. And he said, I'm gonna, you know. So anyways, worldwide box office, you know. So, and there's some, I know I brought this up on the YouTube streams before, but I want to bring it up again. Very important to remember. You should ask this question if you speak English. Why is the #1 highest grossing film in the world a Chinese movie that involves poverty alleviation? And all the American movies are, like Black Widow, are about airbrushing over America's poverty, exacerbation, and war crimes, and making America look good, and Russia is a terrible place full of tanky, evil spies and terrible humans, and the only good Russians are the ones that defect to America. Why is that movie sucking in the total number of people that are watching it now, with less than half of the #1 Chinese film, not about making war and killing people and justifying empire like Captain America and every Marvel movie does? Why is Shang-Chi, which has an Asian star, still way also down there, you know? Because part of it is it can't get out of its Western ass, you know. That's part of it. Garbage Boy, look up Simu Liu Garbage Boy, much more based show, and I have it from good authority, from based Chinese dialectical multi-thousand-year-old civilization indigenous historian Carl Jia of the Sichuan province. Sichuan beef, one of my favorite dishes at Chinese restaurant. Anyways, that's just a total aside, nothing to do with this. Why is Fast 9 right there with Hi Mom? Why is Fast 9 right? You know where did they make the most money? Not in the United States. 75% plus of the box office from Fast 9, from China, from Africa, from Asia, from the rest of the world. Not from the United States. And all of it not from the West. You know why? Do you know why? Because you know what Fast 9 is about? It's about, Fast 9 is about international family against spoiled rich white pricks. Of like, mostly, it's people from all around the world. Not only people from all around the world, it's a story from all around the world. You know, there are black people in the United States and from South America. You have Asian, you have Koreans from Korea. It doesn't center Europe and America. The American Charlize Theron, terrible military-industrial complex backer. Fucking European, Otto is a rich descendant of a German, Austrian, fascist, feudal / capital oligarch. Most terrible people, and they're all mediocre white spoiled pricks. They even say, spoiled rich pricks run the world. And it's a show that's honest about what the world is. That's who runs the world, and that's who the fucking terrible people are. And the rest of the world is like, you know, just trying to fucking figure out what they can do about this shit. And you have diseducated John Cena, you know, as the guy who is, and also it's, you know, there's a lot of there's this whole racist overtone where he's like he has more Aryan in the bloodline, and then the Cypher, the white racist capitalist military lady, is like, you know, I can see the Aryan in your bloodline. You were always the stronger of the two brothers, right? It's right, you know. That never gets addressed in any of the rest of these fucking stupid, ridiculous Marvel movies, Disney movies, Western movies generally. Amazon, since it's taken over Expanse, it's not really dealing with this shit. You know, it doesn't deal with reality as it is, and also it doesn't fucking like apologize to China when it calls Taiwan a country, which John Cena did, because Vin and the group know that we have to respect the world, and we have to have international solidarity against spoiled, rich, disproportionately white colonizer pricks. And guess what? There are more consumers of movies in China than there is in the U.S. by far, and there never will be, because America can't fucking open its fucking theaters up and then without killing half the audience, because it fails at COVID-19. It fails at giving people enough money to afford to go to fucking movies, and it fails at fucking building movie theaters that don't crumble because there's no infrastructure in America, and the roads you drive on to get to the movie theaters are all fucking crumbling. So, you know, like Fast and Furious 10, the best, they have to drive on Chinese roads because all the American ones, there's too many potholes to go 200 miles an hour, you know? Because Biden can't get his fucking infrastructure bill done. Because why? Because spoiled rich white pricks run the fucking US. And the spoiled middle class and falling white pricks are all enabled by the so-called US left. And you should stop. Anyways, that's a good place to stop. I've said the same thing like many times. So this is the end of the Silver Spook stream. Oh look, there's 18 people watching this stream. Also, thanks Luna Oi for shouting me out. But anyways, Neofeud is a cyberpunk dystopian adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner with Game of Thrones and political intrigue and hand-painted stylized visuals. It is not a game that takes place in space yet. Neofeud 2 does, however. Neofeud 2. Currently working on Neofeud 2. Here, just a quick little sneak. When you buy Neofeud 1, you do support not only the Silver Spook Hui, which is a Hawaiian word that means working together cooperatively for the benefit of all the people involved, and the Aina as well, the land. It's a Hawaiian, Chinese, Vietnamese, Maori, and other Pacific and Asian word across thousands of miles and thousands of years of cultural evolution that continues to exist. And the Silver Spook Hui is a cooperative, means approximately worker-owned cooperative like Mondragon or I don't know, Huawei, and is a place that indigenous Basque people, Mondragon, indigenous Chinese people, Huawei, by the way. And Silver Spook Cooperative is supported in an ongoing way by the Patreon dollars and of course by the sales of Neofeud. And so when you pick it up, it does support everything that we do here at the Silver Spook Cooperative. I mean, just a little behind the scenes, since as a reward for sticking around for this amount of time. This is a little behind the scenes shot from Neofeud 2, which you support when you support this game, and buy the game or give us a donation. This is speaking of space imperialism and space taking a dunk on the space U.S. military and the space colonizers. Unlike Expanse, which is like space colonialism is okay, just do it nicely with Democrats. Space imperialism is annihilated in Neofeud 2. Okay, and this is the space U.S. space colonizing the space Ewoks and the space Tatooinians and all of the people and the Belters, and they are fucking horrible, and they all wreck themselves, and the fucking Raffion Death Stars are all crashing into planets, making a mess, and the Chinese and the global south of space got to come clean it up with the advanced indigenous socialism, advanced civilizations. And this is and also you might recognize this guy. I don't know if you know who the Coke Jobs are. Play Neofeud 1. The Coke Jobs are fucking selling TIE, they're selling fighters that happen to look like space empires designed in late 70s sci-fi to all kind of terrible countries and flying them around, blowing up indigenous people, blowing up peaceful coexisting people, and it's a fucking mess, you know what I'm saying? And also, Jesus Christ, the Ed 209s, using Ed 209s to go blow up, the Ewoks, and the Jar Jar Binks getting shot. Beast of Jar Jar Binks. Oh fuck! Ed 209 from RoboCop getting shooting me in the face. But they're using them for military, military mech warrior tactics, just killing indigenous people. Putting their fucking fossil fuel. This is a Neofeud 2. Despite being an intergalactic civilization, they're still using fossil fuel to power their jet and their fighters. This is very important, because Western barbarism cannot advance and make advanced technology because they're so selfish and steal shit from others. They don't want to invent anything. They're too lazy. Rather kill people and steal their shit. So they're still using fossil fuel to power their rocket ships. And then the advanced indigenous civilizations have like lithium, quantum, M-brains, 0-point energy, all this renewable tech, biological spaceships that are fully ecologically integrated with nature, that don't invade and don't destroy environments. And you have the Westerners just showing up and fucking, okay, let's drop from space our oil platform and let's drill, baby, drill the Ewoks. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's Neofeud 2 right there. Anyways, Neofeud 1, however, is what you can buy if you want to support what we do here. Currently out is a dystopic cyberpunk adventure game in the vein of Blade Runner with an overlay of Game of Thrones-like political intrigue and 1366, 768 hand-painted visuals. It is a game about anti-racist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist cyberpunk game about being a social worker and a STEM teacher under ghettoization, under colonization, working in an area where you're trying to keep kids out of poverty and off of drugs, out of gangs, making enough to live in a car while doing that, but encoded through cyberpunk. So it's a cyborg social worker working with $6 billion jailbroken ballers from the prison robot industrial complex, where they lock up all the robots in the subhumanized, discarded half-human, half-animal genetic experiments on the way to building super soldiers. And in a landfill crossed with a slum, crossed with a Rio favela, crossed with the Mumbai shadow city called Coastlandia, with palaces at Versailles above them levitating in beautiful golden lawns and beautiful Elysium-like luxury, in fully automated luxury, stratospheric space fascist capitalism. So if any of that sounds interesting, or you like Disco Elysium with cyberpunk characteristics, or are you like a LucasArts Monkey Island aficionado, are you like really into cyberpunk games from like the Deus Ex era that were, I have no mouth and I'm a scream, another Harlan Ellison written very based in many ways diatribe that does actually attack the U.S. military and hegemony in a certain sense, from the 90s, but with like moon logic, but less hard to get through if you don't want to spend all day looking at Game Informer for the solution to putting the rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle, like some 90s adventure games you would have to do. Neofeud is easier than those games. It is a visual novel crossed with a point-and-click adventure game with anti-imperialist, indigenous created characteristics. If you have a second to leave a very short review or a long review, if you have the time. If you don't have the time and energy, totally understand it. Busy being diseducated by bullshit patriotic leftists on YouTube, I get it. You got work to do. But if you do have the time to leave even a very short review, consider leaving a review on this thing, because it does help us to do the work that we do by making sure that the game gets seen by more people. It really does help. So anyways, you can also support us. I just picked up a glass of water and didn't drink from it. That's a weird thing to do. That was a very Western, pretentious James Bond thing to do. You can also get Neofeud on Mac and Linux if you don't have Windows for without digital rights management. If you don't like DRM, if you don't have Steam for whatever reason, you can get Neofeud on itch.io, which is a place where we do get the highest revenue split for the creators of the games, such as myself. And also, you can support us at patreon.com/Neofeud, which is at patreon.com/Neofeud, where you can get your access to Neofeud 2 behind the scenes updates. You also get access to Silver Spook Discord. You get an invite to the exclusive, very cool, very awesome, very based community of Silver Spook games. And you also get to support us at the Silver Spook Cooperative, where we are doing land back and decolonization in Hawaii by not having landlords and bosses
and what we produce, how to produce, what to do with the profits collectively being, as best as managed under current circumstances, being decided by people that are members of it, including the Kiki, who are full members, but they are just junior members at life and at a variety of things. And so they're treated with respect, and not as cogs like unfortunately other places. And you want to support our education, teaching true history of the Kiki, educating ourselves, getting better from colonialism and the history of damage that it caused, and also taking land and not having landlords and bosses and taking all the revenue from the games that we make and then redistributing it back as we need it. Do support us on Patreon as well if you don't want to play video games. I understand. I don't play enough video games. I play the same video game over and over and over because I don't know. I'm just lazy like that. Where I just like don't have the time and energy to insert new. I've run out of ROM to install new nostalgia in or something. It's the thing that happens when you turn like 37. At Silver Spook Games at Octodon.social, you can follow us on Mastodon. Mastodon is a defederated, non-capitalist controlled social media platform like Twitter, but it's not a Death Star satellite. You know what I'm saying? I don't criticize the one we stream on. Never criticize the one you stream on like too loudly while you have like too many followers watching. Dangerous. But while we have access, but this is, it's a decentralized. Anybody can start a server. The data, people worry about data privacy, all the tech nerds, freaking out about their data privacy, and everyone else, you should consider that, especially if you're an activist in the Western barbarous world that wants to destroy you. It's a place that you can move your data. You can have there's no billionaire that's taking the timeline and taking it and not putting random cats and weird stuff in the front of it, but instead putting NED, USAID, and imperial propaganda at the front and making everybody talk about the trends. The trends are decided, by the way, by Twitter and also by the U.S. military and Wall Street by extension. So remember, when you look at Twitter, you're always looking into the empire's newspaper. Okay. So, anyways, while we have access, because you can access more people on Twitter right now. I wish it wasn't that way. While we have access to a lot of eyeballs that happen to be reading the Death Star's newspaper, you can follow at Silver Spook Guy. Don't look at all this shit. Don't look at all this shit. I say that while I look at that shit. Right? Propaganda works. People are not rational. I'm not fully rational. You look at shit and you get sucked into it. People want friendships and they see somebody's talking about something that the Death Star decided is good to talk about. They start talking about it, and then you waste your eyeball and your brain time. So that's what happens. That sucks, but that's why we just got to work harder to use the Death Star satellites to put enough truth out there. I hope in as little trade-offy way as we can until we have better satellites to use. You can also follow at Silver Spook Games minus the E on silver because Van on White ran out of vowels. Silver Spook Games is the games-related stuff like Neofeud, Neofeud 2 when it goes on sale, when Neofeud 2 has updates, and other fun stuff like that. Sometimes I shout out other people's games like Umurangi Generation of indigenous Maori created. I saw Naftali, the creator of Umurangi, was recently on American Johnson's The Dialectic, if I'm not mistaken, talking about why we don't debate fascists. So that's cool. Umurangi Generation, definitely another anti-imperial game worth checking out, made by indigenous other Pacific Islanders. You can also follow Terminus C. Terminus C is Terminus Cyberstar. Terminus Cyberstar is a low-poly cyberpunk immersive sim in the vein of late 90s PC games like Deus Ex 1 and System Shock 2. I am the lead director. I'm the content director / lead writer on this game, coming out sometime in the near future, made by very good small team of writers, musicians, artists, coders, programmers, level designers, etc. Aaron Victoria is the leader on this project. Aaron is a lead coder and is a producer. You want to ask him, when is this coming out? I don't know the answer to that because Aaron is currently kind of taking the helm of that ship. I wrote all the documents as the basis, the Bible for what is going into this, which is, it's very much you simulate. I mean, it's from an anti-imperial, anti-racist, anti-colonial, and definitely anti-corporate in the cyberpunk fashion sort of game. And the main character is a homeless escapee from a concentration camp. The people getting rounded up by the cowboys at the border, and now it's embarrassing for Biden. Not that anyone in the U.S. ever cares about anyone other than themselves, let alone Hispanic migrants, Republican or Democrat. But the main character is an escapee from a U.S.-style concentration camp of south of the border migrants getting locked up in day camps
but they're actually places where people die and get COVID and get abused routinely and live like naked, sleeping in dog kennels. So this main character is that. So it's very political in that sense. It's also a game that the number one of my favorite missions is called Universal Death Care, where you try to not die getting killed by the American-style healthcare system. And if you think that's cool, check this game out. It's on Twitter. You can join the Discord and get updates on that. Go bug Aaron. Say, hey Aaron, what the hell, man? When is this game coming out? No, don't say that. Just say, hey Aaron, awesome game. I really like Silver Spook. What Silver Spook wrote with it. Wow, that's amazing. That's really cool. By the way, when is it? Do you have a release date? No, you can say whatever you want to Aaron. Aaron is a good person. But anyways, you can also. Whoa. I would like to thank all these people for the continued support of the Silver Spook Cooperative, Silver Spook Hui, Silver Spook collective action that we do here. Thanks to Dave, James Wheaton, Mixilla, Mr. Brewer, Kyle Rapp, Belinda and Taylor, Flagrant Ferret, Maxim Boylo, Industrial Robot, Johnny C, Alana Montero, Sean Conlon, Danny Carroll, Eric Wright, J.R. Morgan, Songcraft, The Reaver, Stumblebum, Rifle 55, Dijon, Purvis, Chambers, Bear, Ashton Green, Alfonso De Lazar, Akemi, Victor, Combo Breaker, Lark Mirror, Skylar Smith, Philip Dodson, Tim Kabuta, Zickraft, Tiny Earl, Michael McAllister, CEC, Extremely Online Left, Charlington Beast Code, Cash, Comedian WW, Adam M. Smith, no relation to Adam Smith, Jacob Z, I was about to say something, but I shouldn't. Sweden Sanctified, J. Owen, Sean Lynch, shows Antonio Hernandez, Torbida, Mass Casualty, Ro Quinn, Russ, Brendan Long, William RDT, Say Sharp, Christopher Strom, Long Do, Ongzo Spring, Shambub J. McBroderick, Sarah Bangs, and Yon Jinx. Also, I forgot to say something I should have said earlier, but I'm going to say it now. Should have said it earlier, but I'm going to say it now. I am going to be on the Mexi show this week, Thursday. Mexi is a based total liberation left comrade YouTube content creator that is there for the decolonization and indigenous support. Mexi's channel here, you can follow there. Land Back Hawaii, Indigenous Futurism, and Neofeud with Silver Spook. I will be on the Mexi channel on September 30th in 4 days at 10 o'clock a.m. Hawaii time. So that's 4 p.m. Is that 4 Eastern time? Is that 4 Eastern time? I think it's 4 Eastern time. Anyways, 4 Eastern time, September 30th, I will be on the Mexi channel talking about Indigenous Futurism, Land Back Hawaii, and Neofeud. So look out for that. Look out for that. I'm ready for that. You know, I'm ready for that. I'm not ready for that. I gotta go play Neofeud together to make sure I know what I'm talking about. No, I am ready for that. But you know, I was born ready. You know, I was born. I'm really looking forward to this. I'm really excited. And thanks a lot again for Mexi for bringing me on. Thanks again to also Mesh for introducing Mexi, Mesh Sugar 9000. Also a supporter of the Silver Spook through Patreon, and also a comrade who is introduced Mexi to this game. And thanks a lot for that, because this probably wouldn't have happened if that didn't happen. And so thanks a lot to Mesh as well, and Mexi. And until next time, thanks a lot, George. Yeah, Irvin, and thanks again, Holly, for your continued support. Of course, always keeping the chat moderated. Very important job, as always. Until next time, keep your shades polished. Be excellent to each other. Decolonize space, decolonize future, decolonize past, decolonize present. You know, end imperialism everywhere at all times. 10 million years from now, 300. You know, with the dinosaur, no dino imperialism, no Jurassic Park. You know, emperor. You know, no dragoons of raptors under a tyrant Tyrannosaurus like Louis the 14th, but with Jurassic characteristics, and definitely no space military, no space police like fucking Mass Effect. Be based like Riddick, okay? You know what I'm saying? All right, keep it. It's all about international family.